Racing isn't easy, but experiencing it is. iRacing puts you in the driver's seat with the industry's leading sim racing game. Drive on laser scan replicas of the greatest racing circuits from around the world. Go head-to-head against other drivers chosen by skill-based matchmaking to ensure competitive racing at every level. Compete across all your favorite series. In officially licensed cars, engineered to deliver the most accurate driving experience possible. Join a race or host your own with players from across the globe. Race against the computer or in a league with friends. Feel the thrill behind the wheel. Visit iRacing.com.
Hello and welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the grand finale of the V8SCOPS season for 2025. A championship battle that is going to go all the way down to the wire, and it's going to be at the Sandown 500, Sandown International Raceway, Springvale, Victoria. And an area that is known for weather that can only be described as Victorian in nature. Although David Haynes, who will be joining alongside of me for the near future, you know nothing about that. You're from the other end of the country, but you've been having wild weather up your way as well.
I've said this multiple times before. When my parents were first married, the first house that they bought was in Springvale, Victoria.
There you go. For
not very much money. That's normally the axe that I grind for Springvale. But yeah, I mean, it's absolute classic stuff. The Sandown 500, this racetrack. Changed a little bit over the years. We'll get to that graphic in due course, no doubt. But 500 kilometers around here. It's roast for lunch on Sunday. It's football on a Saturday. It's everything you need.
500 kilometers in the offering today. What does the weather look like for today? Well, it is bright and sunny. At least it's bright and sunny for now. Will it transition away from that weather? Well, we've only got to sit down, race our way through this one, and find out on the other side. You know about where it's located? It's down here in the southern section of the country, Springvale, in an area where the housing estates have been closing in on this place for years. Could this be one of the final years that we see it in operation? You never know, because we've been saying that for probably the last 5 or 10, that it's on its way out and we might finally be seeing the last of it. The horse racing track on the inside, though, will remain there for years to come. But this is the 3.1 kilometers, exactly half the distance of Bathurst, exactly the reason why when we go for a half distance race compared to Bathurst, the lap number matches up precisely. 13 turns, and it's all about getting drive off and also breaking down across the hill into Dandenong Road as well. Straight line braking zones and getting that acceleration out of the straight line turns as well. And then right in the curbs. That's the real elements to this place.
Yeah, traction out of slow corners, braking into turn 1 and turn 7, and riding the curbs through turn 2, turn 3, and also through 11 and 12.
What is in the offering? Practice will be finishing up here in about 50 seconds. We'll get underway here with qualifying just on the other side. Dave, anyone you've got picked out at the moment? Because of course there's so many beautiful liveries out there this weekend, and that's also a really big part of this, the culture of this race as well.
Well, I think you're looking for a strong team combination and a complementary team combination. So, I mean, you can't go past previous winning combinations. But it's about, can your first driver put the car in a good position for your second driver to bring it home?
That'll be the big thing, isn't it? team combinations, least relative in terms of pace, will be a big segment of this one. That was the Summit Sim Sport car. This is currently number 35 of Tulip Racing is around and backwards. That is going to be the end of qualifying. The end of practice, and we'll jump our way into qualifying here in just a few moments. Have a look at the clouds that are up and over the pit lane building as well. And we are just about to see the back half of the grid run out as well. Split qualifying because of the shortness of the lap time here. And we've got an opportunity for everyone to fire out here in just the next couple moments.
Well, the weather looks beautiful for the moment. You do have clouds coming across. Will one group be in the sun, the other group with a nice little qualifying cloud? Could it create a little bit of a difference? It certainly could at the moment with the track temperature up at 37 degrees Celsius and that's sort of partly cloudy coming and going. Geez, a bit of a breeze from the southeast could be a bit frosty though.
It's trending around from the southeast for now, but it's trending around to come from the east over the next couple of hours as well. But it's going to maintain sort of a roughly similar speed, we believe. Shouldn't be blustery and changing the direction of that one too much. In terms of, for you guys, where is that coming from? Well, effectively, it's from turn 4 basically up to the start-finish line is the angle of that breeze. So it's sort of at a 45-degree angle to the right-hand side of the entry to the back straight. Down here at Dandenong Road, as you turn in across the top of the hill, it'll be pushing you down the hill into the Dandenong Road turn. So that sort of gives you a little bit of a description on this main straight. It's going to be growing driver's left, so our right out of this shot to left. At an angle across that straight. Basically in the direction the camera is facing is where that breeze will be coming from right now. That is the best way that we can talk about it. Right, runs out of the final corner on the run to turn number 1 in the first qualifying laps of the Sandown 500 for V8SCOPS in 2025. The pre-qualifying has been done. This is the back half of the field based upon pre-qualifying times. And earlier on in practice as well, was Friends Tasman were leading the way as well from Eclipse Sim Sports with one of the ERT cars right up at the pointy end of things as well. So also car number 215, Brad Ratsu, on board that one at the moment. Had pace in practice just a few moments ago. Can he translate this over? Final sector of his first qualifying time of the day. A little bit narrow, cars not being quite as compliant. In a pointy car to have success in qualifying as he'll get to start-finish line 7-8. Means he's about 2/10 away from the time he set in practice just before, but it's the time they'll go to the top of the board, albeit for being the first one, but also because it is the quickest of those times that have come out early on in this session. Car number 36, Josh Anderson on board at the moment as well, goes to P2. He's going to see himself an 8.79. So couple of early shots being fired at the start of this qualifying session. Those times might just hang on as well.
Yeah, looks like 13 now. So 14, 15, 16, a bunch more times coming through. So you've got your top 2 well clear at the moment. Notice the difference in line that they were taking through the final chicane to begin a lap versus to close it out. Very tight through the right-hander here when you're about to begin a lap, but here you're carrying as much speed as you possibly can in, taking out the rotation in the middle of the corner. The car's heading to the pit lane, but we'll see if that moves the needle at all just there.
And for Josh Anderson, he'll fire it down to a 107.9, so not quite able to find that pace on the second lap. In actual fact, a couple of weeks ago, we were seeing that drivers were able to just carry on that second lap and still extract a touch worth of time out of the car. Not quite necessarily been able to go on with it so far in this session. But for P3 at the moment is going to be Kiwi Sim Racing. Car number 750. Russell Pepperell sets the time on board that car. Pacific Esports' Ryan Mauler goes to P4. WKNP Sim Sports, Troy Stone Street at the moment on board the number 66 car. And he'll be sharing with Billy Mole here today. And Stone Street, the pace setter on board that car. Rapid Theft Racing, Blake Fitz. Good to see Blake up and doing well in a supercar as well. Racecraft Simulations 117 with Brian Borg on board. P7, Pacific Esports to P8, 95 Sim Sports and Project 36 round out the top 10 in the first half of qualifying at the moment. There are 20 cars who've set a time to this point of the session. Currently, at the back end of those is Alan Mazzaroli. And you'll get an opportunity to the track as well. Yep.
Just one car out there that doesn't have a time set. It's 47. And that's backwards out of turn 8 back there. Not optimal for whichever driver that was.
So speaking of car number 47, on track at the moment and coming to the final chicane. So we're riding with 953. Just a few moments to go. Throwing back to the old HRT liveries. And at the moment, Kurt Stenberg has now set a time. So that is every car that's in the session. That time will take him all the way to P5 and will evolve some shuffling. It'll be him and Andre Heingartner who will be pioneering car 47. A few issues in the pre-qualifying phase yesterday, but still made the field, which is the important part. And
Ratchet's going even quicker. So we've had this sort of drivers that came out, did one flying lap, came back in for another set of tyres, and now hitting their second flying lap, and it's a new best of the session. From Ratu in the Orbit Drop Air Jupiter 215, there's a handful of other drivers that, of course, are also going a little bit quicker on their second run. Once you've set a benchmark, well, you either try to clear it and best it, or you bin it maybe. So, yeah, if you're staying on a lap, usually it's because you think it could be an improvement. And beginning a lap now, halfway around a flying lap now, knowing that he went that one lap longer in the first stint. No improvement in the first for him. Ryan Mueller with a purple first new purple first sector. If I can get that series of words in the correct order, but they make sense. That's a 553.
So for the moment, Ken Ladder's going to jump out of the way and let somebody else in behind him clear a lap. By the way, went back and had a look. It was an improvement for Brad Ratu for P1 by 5 thousandths of a second. First time an 819, second one 814. So he did improve, but it wasn't by much. But Josh Anderson, I think, will be out there and having a crack at trying to improve that lap. Goes to an 882, which is 3 thousandths away from bettering that lap. So the good news for Josh Anderson is it's been relatively consistent in terms of hitting that number. Ladders into the pit lane. In the very old liveries. How good do the old Kmart cars actually look? And some of these old liveries, I didn't think they would slap onto these cars and transport across. Obviously, a fair bit of work to make them fit the geometries of the car. But they have, by and large, crossed over very, very well. Got a favourite out there at the moment you've seen, Dave?
Well, we spent a little too long in the Bathurst 1000 trying to work out the difference between various of the Dick Johnson Racing ones, because you've got Fishy and Rapid Theft with sort of 2002, 2003 Dick Johnson Racing ones going on.
So at the moment, doesn't actually look like there's going to be much of an improvement at the back end of this session. With 5.5 minutes left in the session. Russell Pepperell.
A little bit in the first sector here, but then as he crosses the timing line for the middle sector, it's then down about a tenth, and there's only so far you can push the braking zone down here without getting yourself into some trouble on either side of the circuit, like a deep into the gravel trap or riding too much curb and getting the lap time deleted.
Pepperell at the moment.
Right on the big curb graphic for the timing column.
Russell Pepperell was going to fire out of the final corner. He's going to come to the start-finish line to start another flying lap. And 4 minutes and 45 seconds left on the clock. So there is some time out there for a couple of people. So Justin McLean's currently on a flyer, I believe, at the moment. A few cars coming out of the last corner. This will be Brian Borg. We'll be partnering with Jason Bentz. To the line for him. Brad Ratsu, Sam Blacklock just in behind that car.
Getting a little bit of slipstream in some places, I think, like on the back straight particularly, so even faster for Ratu, who you could see was just behind Borg at the end of the lap. Josh Anderson's halfway around a new flying lap on a new set of tyres. Ryan Mueller's just beginning a lap on a new set of tyres. Ken Latter's 3/4 of the way around on a lap in that fishy car. So here's Anderson. Oh gee, that was a little out of sorts in the first part of the S's, maybe a little wide through the middle of it, and I think he has cut the course and has to slow down and give up.
Yeah, and now, if he thinks he can get a little bit of time out of the car on the second lap, just trying to back off and cool the car and the tyre off a little bit. And to your point from earlier, we'll take that line through the final chicane that maximises drive. So for him, he'll do that. Have a look at the battle to try and get out of the pit lane as well. 3 minutes and 20 seconds left on the clock for this group before their qualifying session will be done. Justin McLean pops himself inside of the top 10 with that most recent lap. A little bit of shuffling. Stone Street and Mole, remember, they were one of the early runners that were up inside that 5 and slid all the way back down to 8th spot at this point in time. Stenberg and Heimgartner were inside the 5 as well. They've now slid to 8th. Oh, sorry, my apologies, 7th. Car 027. No, I don't think necessarily that they will be happy at the moment. Michael Whiting a touch further back. He might be trying to improve on this one, but you can just see everyone just trying to get out of the way of each other, and this is the reason we go to split qualifying when you come to Sandown, because it's just under a minute and 10 seconds, so under 70 seconds on the lap. It is just a busy lap with traffic.
Anderson will see if he can. Nope, he'll pit in as well. Almost everyone is. No purple sectors flying along out there at the moment. Track temp remains at 38 degrees Celsius as we head towards midday. If the clouds stay away and the sun is out, that track temperature will continue to climb, but you're looking for clouds to come across anywhere. So this is
2 minutes left in the session now, and I'm just actually witnessing something's gone wrong for Harry Dodds. I think he's stuffed that car in the wall at some point because he's currently on a slow crawl back to the pit lane, and he will get there, so that will get him out of the way at the moment. This is continuing to keep eyes on Pepperell. How about Mueller and Morgan in the 5.53 inside the top 5 as well? They'll be happy with that lap to this point. One of the drivers that can certainly knock them out from inside the tent, Ryan Mueller, will start a new lap for him. Flash of the headlights. You don't want anyone in the way when you are trying to get a lap together, and there's a couple cars slow coming out of the pit lane. Everyone's diving for a little bit of track position. Minute and 10 seconds. You've got to get back to the line. So if you're rolling out of the pit lane at this point in time, your outlap has got to be quick. You cannot mosey around on this lap. You have absolutely got to press on.
the traffic's doing everything it can to get out of the way of Ryan Mueller in some sometimes questionable places, like the grass on the inside of turn 4 there, but flat out, you've got to brake in a straight line and then brake as you turn in, and then keep just some tyres on the correct side of the curb there. Try to settle the car, straighten it for a big braking zone there. Some drivers are taking heaps of the apex curb. They're at 8 and some are staying off it. And then And a similar story here. You can get yourself a geometrically better line leaping over the curb, but if your car doesn't settle well with it, then you're just upsetting the car, and then you've got less grip.
He'll come to the line, and it's a 108.242, which is down by about a tenth. And if he hadn't lit the tyres up, that would have been close to an improvement, would have been a narrow improvement. This lap will still be enough for him, though, if he can put the one that he's currently on together. So, end of qualifying has been called. 18th place is on the run past the start-finish line at the moment. They will go to 17th place. I think that might have been Josh Morris. So he'll be the first driver to see the checkered flag for qualifying. And this will be the final car to the start-finish line to set a lap. Josh Anderson was on a flyer at that point in time. 7.968 means that it will not be an improvement for car number 36. So the furthest up the field that they will be able to start will be P2. Thomas Wilson will bail out. Ratu, see if he can develop at the last time of offering.
Could still get a good lap right at the end here. Everyone else in front of him is pitting, but he should be on a flying lap. Needs to better an 8.2 short run to the line, and does so. Nice, very nice, up to third.
8.015, so an improvement for car 47 and where they're going to start on board of things. Brian Borg will time to pit lane. There's only a couple more cars to come. Everyone else will be diving to pit lane. Whiting is done. Did improve. 8.363. So time found, as it was for Blake Fitz, who gets himself inside the top 10. Remember, first half of the field at this point in time. Mazzaroli looks like he did actually just improve on that lap. So that is everyone that was on an active lap. Anderson here will return to pit lane. And the V8SCOPS safety car will go out on track to clear the track and make it active for the second half of qualifying. So the drivers qualifying in the back half of the field in the pre-qualifying come out and set the times. Track has come up by about 1.5 degrees as well in terms of track temperature. So will that mean that the time set in this session be relevant to the overall poll? Brad Ratsu at the moment has provisional pole with half the field to come. Josh Anderson, the furthest they'll be starting up the field will be P2. Stenberg from Brian Borg, Ryan Muir and Russell Pepperell on pseudo row number 3. Ken Latta, Troy Stone Street, Justin McLean and Blake Fitz to round out the 10 from the first half of qualifying. And over to David Haynes for the next 10.
Yep, you got ANZ Motorsports, Fishy Motorsports 027, Project 36, Circulators Inc. by DPR, Jared Lamprey there in 14th, and Pacific Esports Racing's Blake Urquhart 788, Pacific Esports Racing 216, Skildy Racing 091, Project 36 981 with Harry Dodds, who we didn't see in the back half of the session, Rapid Theft Racing's 73, and Sideways Esports 595. There were just a couple more. Tulip Racing, Ali Mazzaroli 04 and 21st, and Summit Sim Sports Green in 22nd. The drivers that we saw in the qualifying session just now are not necessarily going to be the drivers we see at the start of the race. And in a 500k race, it actually perhaps very much behooves you that your quickest driver qualifies but then doesn't start the race, because you want them to be in place to finish it.
Yeah, that'll be the interesting one. 90% fuel tank restriction today as well. Remember that supercars have 133 litres maximum tank capacity. This one gets us down to just shy of 120 laps in terms of the fuel. Minimum driver laps to clear is 54, and that's the only restriction that you have in operation here today. So how can you do that one? Well, it's about a stint and a half in terms of trying to get that one out of the way. That's what you're looking at from your co-driver. For the 900 meters shy of 500 kilometers here today. Qualifying 2 will kick off in under 50 seconds from that one. But the big question is, Dave, track temperatures come up a little bit. Have we already seen the best conditions the server has to offer?
It's all about the cloud, because the cloud comes across, then you'll see a little bit more pace. But if it stays completely clear, then yeah, we have seen the best that this session has to offer.
30 seconds until pit lane will open again. I thought I'll just have a little bit of a scroll and pitch through what's in the offering here today. Well, race is set to start about 1:30 p.m. in sim time. And after 3 o'clock, so about an hour and a half into the race, which should be quite close to just after halfway point, all of a sudden we have a massively increasing chance of rain. So we could finish this race in the rain. But unfortunately, the gods to this point have been cruel and denied us that opportunity. What will happen from the back half of the Sandown 500? From the information we've earned to the point thus far, unless it comes down heavily, the tyres tend to hold their heat. That'll be something to discuss at the back end of the race. In the meantime, James Scott will lead the field away. And he will be partnering up with Zach Rattray White. Does this say something about the pace and the potential on board of car number 17, let alone what does James Scott's future look like in 2026 as well? Is this a door opening or a new partnership developing? Would you think about that? That's salivating to think about for next year.
You're talking about the fuel tank size, and my brain got ticking. So I went and I looked it up. The ProDrive BRX Hunter Rally Dakar vehicle has a 480-litre fuel tank.
So in theory, that could actually do the whole Sandown 500 on one fuel tank. It'd go very close. I don't think it'd quite make it. A little bit of fuel there.
Well, it'd cut a couple of the chicanes, I reckon. So you can jump a sand dune and jump a curb. Isn't that the quote from Dodgeball? James Scott begins flying.
You can jump a sand dune. That's number one. Rather accurate.
Not necessarily on the front straight, but often occurs on the back straight. Like, even with a sort of slow little run out of turn 4 there, just seems to keep going a little bit longer. So Scott's going to be the benchmark. Your current pole time is set with a 21.016 per second. So we're already about a tenth away from that. Match it in that middle sector. So this could very well go into the top 10 on Scott's first lap, but I'm not sure that he's going to, from the get-go, snatch that provisional pole away.
In the meantime, he bounces over the curbs down at Dandenong Road. 2 more to come. Over the curb at the second last corner. Over the curb at the final one, and he'll use the runoff area to bring it back onto the main straight. And what does the Vodafone-esque Chevy Camaro James Scott have for us? It's a 7.743, and it goes to P2 by less than 0.3 of a second. And the track temp continues to climb. It's gone up another half a degree as well, so we might indeed have seen the best of the session. No, we have not. Robbie Gibbs goes to P1, 107.635 for the Evolution Racing Team driver. And he will stick it right up at the pointy end of things for Robbie Gibbs. Partnering up with Hayden Veld. Remember how quick Veld was a couple of weeks ago as well. He'll be very keen to get himself back a little bit of something. This track might owe him a fraction, you might say. Leonage in the session. Kobe Jones is feeling confident, albeit his internet connection not following through and inducing confidence in those around him. Leo Duncan, who's been rapidly getting himself onto the sim and making himself more comfortable. We'll dive into the pit lane for a fresh set of tyres for that car as well.
Phase BAR 427s on a flying lap, so they were a little later out onto track in the session, or maybe even aborted their outlap. So, no, it calls time on that too.
Paul Young deep in the field, 30th place for him, so he won't be happy with that one. There's a lot more left from that car. Track position race too, generally at Sandown, so qualifying is very, very important in terms of your ability to just set the day up. Not impossible to come from deeper in the field, but for an okay race, you want a good getaway. You want to be, able to just settle into the race, maybe do some fuel saving, looking after the tyres in that first stint, and pounce at the pit stops splash maybe less fuel than those around you for a little bit of track position, and starting at the pointy end certainly helps with that, and your next problem becomes a nice getaway. Robbie Gibbs currently racing from the South Pole, according to that one.
Hang on, that's a broad generalization. It just says Antarctica. Antarctica is much bigger than just the South Pole. There's ice shelves and Mount Erebus and plane wreckage and ice runways.
And apparently a simulator.
Many penguins, so he's got like Phillip Island covered with that as well.
Colder weather in Melbourne then. This would actually be quite warm for Robbie Gibbs if that's the case, as he will tip in and head down the back straight. Lachlan Capel stapled to the rear end of that car as well, right in underneath the rear wing. What's that car got for speed? It's poked its nose inside of the top 10. And Capel and Colangelo will be sharing that car. I was talking to Lockie over the last couple of weeks, and he said that Oshan was actually rather enjoying the endurance racing. It's been tough. She's not necessarily delivered as much as she would have liked, but at the same time, she's learned something from every single outing, and that realistically, that's got to be the goal, you would have to say. And comparing, Capel's going to improve on that lap as well. Will move his way up to P7. And immediately gets shuffled back to P8 as somebody else has gone deeper inside the top 10. And Rehan Leonage will immediately fire a lap time that goes to P5 as well. So even with track time starting to climb, there is pace still on offer out there.
Yep, that lap coming in from Leonage. 107.867.
Project 36 car in the background, is that was Sebastian Vandel in behind that. Indeed it is. Jordan Mazzaroli, I think, in the Project 36 car with Vandel was crawling all over his rear bar. This is not what you want. It's an on-track fight in the middle of qualifying.
North Melbourne footballer Luke Davis-Uniacke has joined the 890 Vermilion Fury car, apparently. LDU driving. So it says.
Hayden Veld over on YouTube. Omi is an understatement. I have a compilation of my bad luck at Sandown, which goes for nearly 2 minutes. To Hayden Veld, hopefully today, buddy, your front bar stops showing through front structure of your splitter, and the thing is still capable of a straight line towards the back end of the race. Right, rolling out of pit lane, 7 minutes on the clock. For another couple of opportunities are a number of drivers. Leonage is going to get another lap in as well. He bailed into pit lane.
Loxton about to start their flying lap. So you've got heaps of drivers on outlaps over on that side of the circuit. And then you've got Brett Loxton just beginning a flying lap on this side of the circuit. Bit understeering, a bit hot into one.
Didn't like it, but it didn't pinch a brake. Did you notice that as well? So it just didn't want to be compliantly turning in at turn 1, and then it looked all out of shape out the other side. So about 3/10 away from what's good in sector 1. But he's already bailed on that lap as well. So there might be a second lap here, or it might be a return to pit lane for Loxton. Here comes that next group of cars firing out of the final corner. In the background, again, that internet connection continues to hamper the Caltex car. And Kobe Jones will hope that the connection hangs on for a while longer. James Scott, I think, just has moved his way to P2 as well. So there's some shuffling up and down the order now, Dave.
Yeah, no clouds yet, but that track temp stabilizing a little bit around 40 degrees Celsius. So I think they all know what to expect for, you know, pressures, braking points, everything, to just try to push everything for that final sort of hundredth of a second in every single corner. Coxhead's pushed that one just a little bit beyond the limit, and he's trying to jump out of the way now. But Cape, purple first sector. That's Leonage there. No, Brown impeded just a little bit in the final chicane. Capel's lap takes him to 5th.
So, improvement at least. And go down the back straight away. So, top 9 inside of a 1 minute 8. And Varndell and Johnson in 10th. Currently 8 thousandths beyond that range. So, can we see the top 10 in the final 4 minutes of this session? All get sub a 1 minute and 8 second lap. Half a second, by the way, covers all the way back to 15th spot.
As is correctly labelled on the timing column now, Leo Duncan complete a lap that was 0.02 of a second short of improving, so needed quicker than a 08.13, and he got an 08.15, so just might have got the final chicane a little bit wrong if he went on to complete the lap. That's the kind of margin he's playing with right now.
Righto, so we will watch and wait for this one. Leo Duncan will be driving with Wayne Burke. For now, what is Duncan going to be able to give us when he gets into the final chicane?
Probably a pit entry.
Yeah.
But you've got Maloney, for example, just starting a flying lap now. Kobe Jones just beginning a flying lap. So I think these cars, obviously, that you saw continue, just beginning to set flying laps. I think it's just behind. This is certainly Maloney here. Tough to gauge how that first turn went. Heats of turn 2, lesser turn 3. Try to use the curve from the outside of turn 4. A flash of the headlights here if they're not already getting out of your way. And 21.1 first sector. It's okay. Jones will get a bit of a toe on the back straight here as well. No, didn't get a good drive onto it. So Maloney could improve. Not sure that Jones were behind. Nice ride at the curb there. Ate it all up. No problems.
Tell you what, there's a little bit of bobbling about for a little bit of track position as well, as there's 3 or 4 cars all just went to Dandenong Road. Jake Maloney's going to dive to pit lane. That might just be enough time for him to get one more lap in. He's going to be right up and against it, and it will be tight. But there will be enough time.
Gibbs currently on pole is on another flying lap, and it's a purple first sector, so that bar could get even better, and he's getting a nice little toe off a teammate as well, so eyes on the straight line speed and the middle sector where he misses about a 10th though. Gee, I'm not sure this will quite improve, but no one else is looking like they're going to take that pole away, so
So the moment for Robbie Gibbs, final chicane. Is he able to make some more lap time at the back end of this session as temperatures get on the north side of 40? Final drive, outrun to the line. There will be enough time to complete one more lap if there's still any time in it. 7.742, 7.41 won't be quick enough to improve on that lap time. So that's what he's been able to lay down. 5/100ths of a second, just over half a tenth behind at the moment to James Scott. And that lap from the first half of qualifying for Brad Ratsu has been good enough to hang on to the second row for the moment. But Jake Maloney, Brady Myers, can they do anything about this one? still going to continue on as well for that car. So there is still the potential. So what, Jake Maloney's going to have one more tilt at this one. 20 seconds on the clock. And he is starting his final flying lap. Sebastian Vandel's just in behind him. James Scott down into turn 1.
Scott doesn't need to find much time at all on this lap, but he does need to find a bit of it and somewhere. So half a tenth of a second could put him on pole. But where is he going to find it? Because he's lost half a tenth in the first sector. Now he needs to find a whole tenth somewhere else.
So he'll have to do the best that he possibly can. For Jacob O'Reilly, 7.830, not going to be enough. He's going to dive into pit lane. By the way, that marker for the top 10, Sorono Campbell have just done an 8.002. So could we see one more car from outside the 10 improve to a 107? As Chris Cox said, is going to dive all over the curb. At the final couple of corners, 8.30. The car that was 18th spot is not going to be an improvement on their final lap. And they will cross the start-finish line, and that will be qualifying done for them. Matt Ciroli will look to try and improve, and does not do so. Kobe Jones not able to improve, misses out by 9 thousandths of a second. Maloney not able to improve on his final flying lap either. So that's pretty much it for the end of qualifying, which means at this point in time, Robbie Gibbs is going to be taking pole position for the Sandown 500.
Came out with a really good lap time very early in the session, and then the track continued to kind of go away from them. And it stuck ahead of James Scott. Bradley Ratu did a very good job in that first segment of qualifying then for that time to still stand for the second row of the grid.
Righto, here we go. Qualifying for the Sandown 500. Run and done. 500 kilometers to come our way in 10 minutes' time. So we get a little bit of break before the race. Final qualifying results and the grid for the 2025 Sandown 500. Robbie Gibbs in car number 31 will line up on pole position. He'll have James Scott alongside. Half a tenth of a second in behind. 7.635 was good enough for pole position for car 31. Go back to row number 2. And it's going to be Orbit Drop Bear Jupiter. Sam Blacklock in the car at the moment. It was Brad Ratu who set the time. Will be lining up alongside of Jake Maloney's time. Almost a tenth and a half back from pole position for the lead of the Trans-Tasman cars. Over to row number 3, Rehan Leonage will set time good enough for 5th place. And how about a surge in form at the back end of the season for Jacob O'Reilly in the 222? Right up at the pointy end of things. Can the Vermilion car go forward from there? Back to row number 4. And it's going to be Lachlan Capel inside of the top 10. He'll be lining up alongside of Lee Ellis in car number 36. But for car number 36, it was Josh Anderson who was able to lay the lap time down. Rounding out the top 10, it's Kobe Jones on board at car number 25 in the Castrol-themed Mustang. Off alongside of him will be the 111 entry of Teo Sorono, getting his way inside the top 10, 2 thousandths away from having all the top 10 inside of that 107 marker. Ethan Johnson is going to be the first car outside the top 10. He'll line up alongside of Andre Heimgartner, 7 thousandths of a second separating the two cars on this row. Kurt Stenberg, I think, through the qualifying time down for these guys.
Is the driver name it's displaying right now based on who's in the car in the warm-up?
In the car in the warm-up session. That's correct. Yeah, so Brian Borg is in the car currently in the warm-up session for car 117. Wayne Burke will line up alongside of him off of row number 7. Back to the top 15. And they were covered by less than half a second all the way back to the end of row number 8 of the field. And Jack Andrews will line up alongside of Ryan Mueller. And that's the 9.5 SimSport car. Jordan Mazzaroli at a 17th spot, will up alongside of Ben Christensen's number 208 machine, just over that half second out. And the top 20 rounded out by Thomas Hinds, who will be looking to move forward from there. And Russell Pepperell, who actually set some really good pace early on that session, Dave.
Yeah, then the next row of the grid, it's one of those fishy DJR cars. So Jamie Dykes in the car at the moment. I put to you it's a good chance that who's in the warm-up right now is who's actually going to start. So it could be more accurate. And then you've got the WK&P car there. You got 9.5 Sim Sports, Sean Vandermeulen and Blake Fitz for Rapid Theft Esports in 23rd and 24th. 25th is ANZ Motorsports, Aaron Gilbert. 26th is Michael Whiting in the Fishy MSR. Project 36 out of 27th, Chris Island for Circulators Inc. DPR 28th. Robbie Bradbury for Pacific Esports Racing 29th. Dylan Gray, glorious looking Pacific Esports Racing Mustang there in 30th. One of the cars that pre-qualified really well, but then didn't qualify particularly strongly in the second session. FaZe BAR are going to start from 31st, but there might be more potential to come there. Skillbee Racing will start from 32nd, and then Project 36 Harry Dodds from 33rd. What a Rapid Theft, not a Fishy DJR Mustang there in 34th for Kevin Norman. Just a couple more cars. So Sideways Esport will start from 35th. Tulip Racing will start from 36th. And the final spot on the grid, and a great looking Ford Mustang for Summit Sim Sports Green, John Simpson.
Ladies and gentlemen, that is the field for the Sandown 500 for V8SCOPS, but here is the championship battle, and this includes 2 drop rounds. At this point in time, though, no car 77 in the field here today, so that car will not be taking it to a title fight, and that does mean for us car number 29, Jake Maloney, at this point in time, locked into that championship, ladies and gentlemen. So today will be about celebrating your 2025 V8SCOPS champion, which has actually been a huge resurgence in form, and Jake Maloney will be over the moon with that one. But it's Trans-Tasman lock out the top 3. Rayhard Leonard has been reasonably quick and consistent. He's challenged them to P4, and not all that far behind Brady Myers in car number 22, I believe. Not necessarily the quickest been out there today. Zach Rattray White in 5th spot, an opportunity to score both load of points for him. Josh Anderson as well, right up towards the pointy end of the field. And James Scott and Rattray White on board, so you will not see the margin change between those 2 drivers in this final race here. Emily Jones, Jake Burton, and William Sapstead for Rapid Theft Esports round out the top 10. And that's been the points battle. And a little bit sad to have that one taken away from us, but that does mean that our championship has now been decided.
Getting on that Zoom wall, it's Harry Dodds, Hinsey, Sean Vandermeulen, and the one that, you know, they all ask for, Kurt Stenberg Cam. Find my merch trailer. Stenberg bobbleheads available. Perfect stocking stuffer ahead of Christmas. $19.90 each, or 2 for $29.90.
Just seen a late update. Car 222, which is the Jacob O'Reilly Josh Horton entry, which qualified impressively well, and they would have been very, very happy for that one, have just been handed a pit lane start for that car very late on. And that was one of the last laps of qualifying, because it was right at the tail end of the session. I think it might have actually happened right before the checkered flag actually fell. It was one of the very last laps. So that's going to leave a vacant spot, 6th on the grid, 3rd row of the grid. And now they're going to have to come from the pit lane. Well, 500k race and some work to do, but they were looking really, really good. And they would have been thinking there's a great opportunity here to get a great result.
Now's not the time to be checking your Instagram DMs, Kurt. But he was having a look. Yeah, we did see that, particularly between Dandenong Road and the finish line, impeding was possible, but this is a replay stretching back, no?
I'm going to try and find that incident or what caused it, but I'm very confident it was right at the back end of qualifying for car 222. Their final lap of the session was invalid, and I'm just going to see if I can't find it manually myself. Yeah, so it would be, it's lap number 9 in the final chicane. And they might have actually impeded car number 29. Yeah, they did. Yeah, so it is. Yeah, car number 222, lap 9 of their qualifying session. It was the final chicane on the run to the start finish line, and that would have impacted the final qualifying lap for car number 29 and Maloney and Myers. And that'll be a strong combination today too. So, final few moments of the warm-up session, 1 minute to go before we'll jump across. I think we might have the footage for the impede. So this is car 222 trying to get out of the way. Does well for Kobe Jones, then dives back across on the line and tries to get there. Car 29 arrives at speed. I don't know. Look, I'm going to be honest with you, Dave. I don't necessarily know that they were impeded. I don't think car 29 was actually going to make the corner. A bit back and forth about that one. They've got a minute to try and get that overturned and hopefully start the race from the grid. But car 29's not improving on that lap. You see the dive at the last corner. He's not making that corner, and that's the issue for me.
Almost made a show.
I agree.
Of it. Like, no doubt you don't want the car that close, and if you'd stayed on your racing line, it might have impeded you. But he's dived for the apex of the final corner there, which is not your normal racing line. And he wouldn't have been as close if he was on the normal racing line. Yeah, and the other thing was... I still think you'd be damn pissed off if you were on a flying lap and someone, jumps in line like that close in front of you. Well, car 222 was starting its final qualifying lap of the session too. So it is absolutely allowed to try and start that lap. And I believe that ended up being actually the fastest lap for car 222 as well, which jumped it all the way up to 6th spot. And again, they are happy with their qualifying performance. You want to be taking the grid. Well, something to talk about into the start of the race. But yeah, look, I can see why it's issued. I can see why they're unhappy with it. And I can see why there's some debate about that one, because that's one of those ones that pops up. The problem is, have they been impeded on a lap that was going to be valid? There's no way car 29 is carrying speed off that final corner and generating lap time. Anyway, we will watch and we will wait. In the meantime, the field are building. It's very much checking Michael Schumacher's brake pressure trace at Rascasse type of investigation. I agree. The problem is they won't actually have availability of that data until after the race. And that decision is going to be made now, is the problem. So, wind shifted slightly, coming from a little bit further south. Going to the grid right now, like what's different from qualifying? So Gibbs qualified on pole. Gibbs will start the race in the car. James Scott qualified. He'll start the race in the car. But deeper in the field, I can definitely see a couple of swaps. Just wondering, car 222 not currently on the grid, and they're still talking about it. They've actually added another 2 minutes to the gridding timer at this point in time. So we're actually going to have a delayed start here, and cars are being shut down back out on that grid. Once again, there's an active investigation
at this point in time on that one. So we will start the great race of Sandown 500, just a little bit behind schedule at this point in time. There's the pit building. That is the car on pole position. The run down to turn number 1. Who is starting the race? Robbie Gibbs will be starting the race for car 31. That much we do know. I think it is due to be James Scott that's going to be on board car 17, but they're also not on the grid at this point in time. So, probably another 50 seconds or so before. I've never actually seen... I will actually say, Dave, I've never actually seen gridding extended like this for an ongoing investigation. So that's something new for me. And a confirmation from car that has just come through. Car 222 will actually start that penalty has been overturned. Car 222 will start the race.
I just noticed that when it was extended, a couple of cars pulled off the grid and have come back. So Eclipse Sim Sports were on the grid. Gridding got extended. They pulled off and then came back. Brady Myers for the 29, starting from 4th there, did so likewise. Your pole sitter did not. Most of the cars on that left-hand lane didn't. Are they going to be able to get a good standing start off a slipperier side of the road? But the inside of turn 1 is definitely where I would want to be.
Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. The final one for 2025 for V8SCOPS. A new era of Gen 3 V8 supercar racing is about to end, and the first champion will be crowned at the back end of this one. Green flags in the air. Car 31 did not get rolling in the best format, which means James Scott's going to lead us away to turn number 1. Does he get clear? He does. Covers all the way into the turn 1. He's going to get a nudge in the rear bar for his helping. And car 215, they go 3 wide. They're turning at the front of the field. It's going to go around. Around goes Sam Blacklock, who died for an opportunistic move, clouded in the mid-pack and is scattering back there. Massive damage. Car 215. The field is scattered. Gibbs has stolen the lead back.
Lee Ellis had a poor getaway, lost a whole heap of position. Some of his Trans-Tasman Racing teammates tried to jump by him, but whole field scattering every single way around an early issue, but not great amounts of damage. Everyone appears to be still rolling. The perhaps worst affected car, I think, was Sam Blacklock. Most damage for him. Christensen's got a bunch as well. Right front suspension is going to be hurting. The left front suspension is way off.
Wow, what a lap one. What a start for that one. James Scott coming all the way to the inside. And I tell you what, I wonder whether or not there might be a little bit of a case to answer for, whether or not he might just redress it, because there was definitely contact between car 31 and there was definitely contact to the rear bar of 17. So whether or not he might just hand it back and go, we're good on race pace, we'll get them later on, and just, not take the risk of getting a penalty early on. Will be a debate that will be had. Hampstead skated through. He's sitting in P3 at this point in time, partnering alongside of Rehan Leonage. There's been a massive gain for that car. 5th to 3rd on the opening lap. And now everyone will try and settle their way in.
And the reason Stenberg was able to be getting his phone swipes in is he's just watching on as Andre Heimgartner has gone from, that would have been 12th, 13th on the grid to 7th. A bunch of positions gained as Andre Heimgartner was in the right place at the right time around the scattering top 10 to pick through for a couple of spots. There's a few million cars going side by side, so there might be a little bit of a Wayne Burke is faster than you, Sebastian Vandel situation happening there, at least in this opening stint.
So worth talking about a couple of cars. Car number 96. Jack Andrews driving on a pit lane at the moment for Phoenix Racing MHD1. They still have damage to the front end of their car, but it's drivable at this point in time, so they're going to get back out there. Car 215 in pit lane. Looks like it might be done for the day. It was massively impacted. Car 208, which had Ben Christensen behind the wheel, was partnered with Chris Coxhead. They're in pit lane. They were amongst all the drama. on the opening lap as well. So a lot of issues on that lap 1. So there's going to take some time to unpack who's still got a racing car. Blacklock will rejoin from pit lane. And Brandon Griffiths on board, car 981. They must have had another issue on lap 1 because they've gone tumbling down the order to rejoin as well. So there is a lot of drivers with big games. Dylan Gray's up 11, Kevin Norman's up 11, Hayden Cupid up 11, Islander up 8, Billy Mole up 6. So there is so much that's going on for everything that happened on lap 1. We're going to have to get
incredibly confident right now that the number 96 is incorrectly on a set of wet tyres. And they are coming back in to rectify that, I suspect. Perhaps, so it looks like as they repaired the damage and changed the tyres, that they mistakenly, perhaps in the hurry, went to wet tyres, and now slicks are going back on. So they've made 2 stops in 3 laps with this car.
Can somebody just check in with that car and make sure they're aware they didn't need to do the Joker lap on wets?
Oh, drama's Dandenong Road.
Massive drama. Cars scattering everywhere. 3 wide as they cut their way through. It looks like Vandel is going backwards. Dylan Gray was on the radio as well. It was something that happened to 216. So more has gone on. I think it's been kind of a 97. Just got elbowed out wide. There was already cars around actually down at Dandenong Road. And it was Vandel and Burke. I think it was the teammates that actually got into each other. So we're going to have to get into some replays. We definitely need to have another look at lap 1. I saw enough of it for my liking that I can say that there's 3 wide. Car 89's just had an issue on this lap as well. They're going nuts out there, Dave. Has somebody told them it's a 500k race? I think they think it's a sprint race. Gee whiz.
From the top with gusto, I think is where we need to unpack all of this. I mean, James Scott got great getaway initially, and then him and Robbie Gibbs are in a super tight line down towards turn 1. So then, as first and second both go so far away from the preferred racing line, Sam Blacklock starting at 215 is like, I'll come out wide, come back tight here, but they're 3 wide at that point with some cars rejoining from the wrong side of the curve. Ugh, pinball.
Yeah.
See, right up until that point, I think this is super clever to be like, all right, well, I've got this massive over-under on the lot of you. In fact, perhaps even he thought that Scott was going to be on the wrong side of the curb when Scott wasn't. So there was 3 of them in 2.5 car widths on the outside of turn 1 within track limits.
Yeah, he just wanted a touch wide. Skillbeck got rotated at the back of the field, but no damage for that car is the big thing. And the problem is you had 37 cars feeding into a car that was stuck and turned in the middle of the road at turn 1, and everyone's 3 wide and looking for an escape route. A lot of them jump sideways and don't get further involved in it. And to be fair, I only have a couple cars.
Borg sees it happening, and he's like, I am going to Mexico turn 1, 2, and 3. Which is clever. So here he goes. Borg's like, nope.
Smart. Actually, I think that is actually incredibly smart. So the added thing that we sort of got to look at is, do we think there's a penalty? Because it's definitely a bump at turn 1. It's Ben Christensen nowhere to go, and he would have not known there was a car there, and I reckon it's just bent, and there's not much you can really do. Tags a teammate as well.
Okay, so Ryan Borg's thinking, how about Springvale South? I fancy some dumplings.
Hey mate, if it works, it works. You dodged everything.
Yeah, so that's actually where Lee Ellis got maybe one of or two of the spots at the start. Now, off the standing start, that car, the 36, did get a really good standing start here during those spots. There might have been one or two that they held with that maneuver as well.
And this is the teammates getting into each other down the end of the back straight. Yeah, Vandel comes from a fair way back and turns Wayne Burke, and then has to sit there and wait to redress. And see that car that went out across the curb? A wild ride rejoin, that was Dylan Gray. He was on the radio because he got bumped on the way in there. And to be perfectly honest with you, the bump actually probably saved him, because if he'd have carried on with his normal racing line, he would have absolutely murdered Sebastian Vandel at that point in time. So take what you can. Either way, car 31 leads at the moment. And finally we might get a moment to start to settle down just a little bit.
Yeah, your top two bolting away, so you can see that James Scott's putting the pressure back on Robbie Gibbs once again. A little bit of lap traffic is coming up and in their way, and I was saying there was perhaps a cork in the bottle beginning to happen around Richard Hampstead in third, just as I think that Brady Myers was into third place. Kate was just behind that. Andre Heimgartner's up another one, so I think he's gotten past Joshua Horton.
Now, would your heart have gone through your mouth if you come out of turn one in the O'Reilly Josh Horton car and come through turn one and cars immediately sideways in front of you? You just argued yourself out of having to start from pit lane. Only would have been just the universe making a sick joke if they'd have been killed on lap one, turn one, after starting from sixth position. That would have just been cruel. So good to see car 222 qualifying was today.
With 37 cars, if you'd started from pit lane and not crashed, you'd be running perhaps 34th at the moment. Had 4 cars through the pit lane. Phoenix Racing 96 twice for damage and then to correct their tyre mistake. A bit of bumping down the front straight. Who am I looking at? Russell Pepperell just in front of him.
Already.
DPR car leaning on a... Whoa, okay, now that's a DPR car. So an RPD.
Yeah, Chris Island's going to go around. Co-driving Jared Lamprey today. Goes to the back end of the 20s at this point in time, just inside P30. So at least he will manage to carry on. James Scott and Zach Rattray right though. Do you wonder if there's a little bit of discussion about whether or not that one was put into race control, or he's just going to carry on with it? Here's contact at turn one. That's Dylan Gray. He up and over the curb, and the car does not like what set up and on those curbs and rotates Chris Island.
Following sequence, so he's Chris Island up and running again. Brady Myers in third place has picked up the pace big time, so he's gone past Richard Hampstead doing 09.5s. Your leaders are sort of doing 09 flat. Brady Myers has got between 09.2. So it's very much sort of the top two. Brady Myers beginning to catch them, and then what's happening fourth, fifth, sixth.
Yes, for the moment, it does look like the race is just starting to settle. So this is car 29. Brady Myers behind the wheel at the moment.
Oh, geez, another Dandenong Road situation. It's not the same cars again, is it?
No, it's Lee Ellis. Car 36 is around at Dandenong Road. Where were they running prior to the start?
That's chapter 2 of everything that was happening down at Dandenong Road, because I saw again the million cars into each other.
Looks like Blake Fitz might have got into him, actually.
You got a little further up the road with that. No, that is it. Okay.
And Sebastian Vandel was actually one of the beneficiaries of all of that happening. Alongside of Wayne Burke, they actually gained a ton of spots in that ordeal. It looks like Dylan Gray's, again, going to be muscled out of the way. A few cars in behind him that are a fair bit quicker. Because remember, that was one of the cars that had really big gains on lap 1, and now it's starting to pay that back a little bit as the lap speed does not represent what that the position that car's in. So now they've got an opportunity here to just manage their rating. Because they've already been elbowed wide a couple times. And it's just going to continue. They're a little bit smarter about this. This is a fair bit further up the road.
Lachlan Capel's putting the blowtorch on now that Brady Myers has gone by. A couple laps ago, I think Capel got a slow down penalty at the S's before Dandenong Road, dropped back a couple car lengths. Now he's got another great turn for exit here, but you need a really monstrous run to get to the inside over the crest. I think he's maybe just going to move around a little bit here.
Shadowing him down the hill. Here comes Capel. That is a send from outer space. From Capel, there will be an elbow at the apex, and he's trying to redress it, but he's also trying to not lose the spot to Andre Heimgartner. So Heimgartner's going to pick that one up, and Capel's going to have to redress here. So Andre Heimgartner goes through. You'd probably expect Richard Hempstead to get back by here. And yeah, Capel's going to redress that one. He'll know straight away. So Heimgartner's benefited 2 spots. Capel's going to drop back in, and now he's going to cover all the way to the inside of the road. Josh Horton's going to try and go around the outside, and he actually lets that go. So Horton, I think, is sitting there and going, yeah, look, I'm hanging on to you guys, but I'm probably not going to make much ground, so let's just carry on, shall we? And that's race management. That's the race management we were just talking about. He's going, yep, I'm aware that I'm not quick enough to make much ground at the head of this field, so let's make ground by not playing on with that battle.
Because he's now up 8 positions in this race. Stenberg won't be too displeased with that either. Instead, just a little bit robbed in all of it. Parking him up now at Dandenong Road this time. So Capel, always the issue here, you're like, I'm a little bit quicker. I know I'm a little bit quicker, but I've got to be quite a lot quicker if I'm going to pass you before the S's, or if I'm going to get a good enough run off this final corner to pass you down in turn 1.
There's a car that's pulled to the inside because there are already so many cars with damage that are out there. They're just trying to continue on with their race. Ben Christensen drops in behind. And something's happened to Blake Urquhart in this little group as well. Slow down penalty review.
So
yeah.
Typically, you got to give up about 4/10 to atone for that. It's not the worst slow-down penalty of anywhere in the world. You know, you can often keep your track position.
It's inside the top 10 as well. And that's one of those cars. I think that is the 208 car that's with the damage it's got at the moment. So they'll jump out of the way when they get the start-finish straight. They're struggling for straight-line speed, unfortunately. And they're actually going to dive into the pit lane.
Still too much damage on it, so that's pit stop number 2 for them as well. So Blacklock's had 2 pit stops. Everyone who's pitted once, 3/4 of them have pitted twice. Swerve 8th, Mueller 9th, that top 10's completed by Jordan Mazzaroli, who's got an interesting little group back there as well, with Jackson Rehana and Brian Hall behind him, so some very experienced and quick guys just in behind Jordan Mazzaroli.
They're running a fair way up at the moment, so they're actually done really, really well for themselves as Mazzaroli in the opening piece of this race. A couple of cars actually up inside the top 10 as Mueller and Mazzaroli, so 5.53 and 1.52 So again, they made big gains with everything that happened back on that one. Again, just got to be smart about how you press on with the rest of this race. When you recognise that you're up spots, you want to stay up there. But the difficulty is that you are going to lose those spots. It's knowing how to fight them and just be smart as well. And Rapid Theft's car 81 has been issued a drive-through penalty. I believe that was contact with the 36 car that rotated them down at Dandenong Road earlier on. At the moment, just listening in, car 73 on lap 13 as well, just called one in. And 2 more penalties, so there's a penalty coming in, and this is actually live at the moment. Contact into the crest of the hill, still side by side when they get down to Dandenong Road. And Catalana was to the inside of Billy Mull. And will come out the other side with the position, but contact definitely made between those cars. Tyres slid across the surface, and that will put some heat into them and take some life out of them.
Yeah, Billy Mole got a slowdown penalty as wide out as he was there, but it cleared very, very quickly because he was not gaining any time with that. Both of them steady up just in front of the Vermilion Fury 890 Wayne Burke.
Burke will be looking to attack and drive back through the field after being rotated a little bit earlier on. Some work to do. He has been picking off these guys as well. About half a second a lap quicker than over the last couple laps. So he's ranged right up onto them. It'll be interesting to see if he can do anything about Billy Mole this lap. No, but he'll be close enough. You'll be thinking about having a go at him at turn 1. It might even be at the final chicane. Mole going to cover him. Mole actually didn't get great drive off there, so Burke will line him up, try and carry some speed off the final corner. And Billy Mole's really having issues with putting the power down on that car at the moment. So the rears are starting to go away.
Down the inside of one. Just about perfect. You end up a little wide on the exit, but then you can cover off into 2 and then it's job done.
Something's just happened again to car 73. We've had a few. So that's the Rapid Theft car 73 as well. So there's something else has happened to that car. So here we go. On the final corner. This is going to be a little bit of an interesting battle pack as these guys will come back towards each other once again.
So Joshua Horton had a go at Lachlan Cape. It didn't stick. Ryan Mueller ducked underneath, got a good run to the inside line on the front straight. Gets ahead of Joshua Horton. Tasserano, of course, stays super close behind as they're both battling side by side. So Cape survives to hold on to 6th. He's got Mueller and Horton fired up behind.
Mueller will be trying to creep a little bit closer, and he makes a lot of gains in the braking zone, but he's actually run it in very, very hot. Rear locking.
If you're not braking properly, you can gain a lot of time in the braking zone. You just don't gain it through the corner or on the exit of the corner.
He was lucky that he was just far enough back that he didn't actually get to the rear bumper of Capel either. So that gives Capel a reprieve now, as Horton will be the one that will have to try and fight to gain that spot back. Again, yeah, Capel does just nip free this little group, albeit at the moment 4 seconds behind, 4.5 seconds behind Richard Hampstead at the moment. So all of that drama in the early stages of this one, no use for the safety car. I thought we might have been quite close to that one. I can tell you, keeping an eye on the weather in the future. Cloud cover will be building towards 3 o'clock in sim right now. Just a lick before 2 p.m. So in an hour's time, cloud cover will be thickening around the circuit. Could we see rain to finish off the year from the Sandown 500? 20 laps in, we are past the halfway mark of this stint. There's damage on the front end of that 18 car. Just pick that up. Is it the front left corner of that car? Or just a fraction of damage? Yeah, it is.
Miller just cut the corner in the final chicane. So not the back straight S's. At the final chicane, he's managed to get a slowdown penalty. Joshua Horton will get much closer into turn 1 as it continues to loom over Ryan Mueller. Trying to give up time. He's giving up a bit too much time on the racing line. Got it.
Oh.
Yep, and he tries to give it up in the middle of the corner and he gets what was coming.
And for Ryan Mueller, did he get that one cleared in time? Yes, he did. So no penalty for him, but he's had to give up multiple spots as a result. For every corner that goes by, it actually bumps that penalty up just a fraction. So now Josh Horton back to 7th spot. A few extra drivers will grab the benefit as a result. They are squabbling at the moment just inside that top 10. Car 890 on its recovery effort has now picked off a couple more cars. He's moved into 13th spot for Wayne Burke. Jackson Rayhana will be the next car down the road. 8 seconds though. They've disappeared down the road.
Whole time I get the sense that James Scott very quickly gave up on trying to take away the race lead and has just thought, let's wait until the first pit stop window. Just sit a couple of tenths behind Robbie Gibbs as he's motoring along and leading this race. The two of them are pulling away from the rest, and James Scott and Eclipse Sim Sports are playing a tactical game versus the 31.
This would be interesting just to see if Wayne Burke can just start ranging up on those cars ahead, which you would expect him to, but it's going to take a while before he sees anyone. Some work to do, but it'll need to be over a longer period of time as well. Good thing is he's got the opportunity today to be able to do that. What was it? 0.4 of a second quicker last time by. Although that lap time from Jackson Rayhana fell off a little bit, so it might have been a touch of a mistake in that one. No? Well, again, so there might be some more gain there for Wayne Burke as well. Maybe car 25 is just starting to hurt its tyres just a little bit by the look of that. And Wayne Burke...
Temp has stayed hot, but I don't think everyone's predicting this whole race to be hot, and not everyone thinking that this whole race will be dry either.
Oh, by the way, I've just seen an update. An hour and a half from now, there is a 14% chance of rain. And the big thing for me is that the graphic at that point in time just showed rain. A little cloud with a few little raindrops falling from the bottom end of it. Could we finish the season off with a little bit of assistance from the heavens? How thick, how heavy will that rain be? But for the meantime...
It's thick and heavy. Don't get out there, mate. No, no, no. Ferociously slippery and dirty for Hayden Cupid. I think he was battling with Thomas Hinz, and Hinz just placed his car so perfectly. It's that kind of experience. It's playing the game of chess with door to door just in front going into the S's. So Urquhart and Whiting lean on each other. We'll get second, third, little bit of hello here.
Whiting's going to come out with the place, but Urquhart's right there and thereabouts, and willing to try and have a go at him. The driver is Stephen Banks, doesn't get the drive off that final corner. It just did not want to put the power down for Urquhart, which has lost him a little bit of time. Cupid drop spots on that lap with the aggression. Back here, there's just drivers, a lot of drivers out of sequence with work to do as well. Think about car 97 and being rotated off the curbing at turn 1 earlier on. So Chris Island still some work to do. For a few of these drivers up and down the field, still some work to do as well. And again, 25 laps in. We're on lap 26 at the moment. Oh, huge moment. Vincent Skilbeck's gone across the curbing. He's into the barrier hard and he'll shoot through screen. Something happened with pulling that car up at Dandenong Road. It just wasn't compliant when he tipped it in. It was good, it was good, it was okay. It hit the curbs, it was sideways across the curbs. And for Vincent Skilbeck, it's looking very dogged on its trip back to the pit lane. Is he going to continue on with this one? He is going to try. I wonder what steering
so much
wheel
grass and gravel that... Yeah, so it's trying to do too many things at once. He's braking, he gets on a slightly wonky line, perhaps also grabs a downshift at the same time that it hits the curb and it pitches him sideways, so very little stability while braking. Well, either way, he manages to hang on to it. I'll tell you what, the steering wheel, I went and had a little bit of right on board with him. Look at some of the shots from the inboard of the car as well. The steering wheel's relatively straight. But that was a big moment up over the curb for Skilbeck. How he walked away with the car out of there, I have no idea. Righto, 27th lap, so we're getting towards the final third of the fuel tank at this point in time as well. Expecting to probably go to around lap 40 or so on the tank. Race leaders still would be a
together.
nice number, wouldn't it, in a 161 lap race? Because then you're looking at 3 stops. If you're well short of that, it's definitely 4 stops. But if you get to lap 40, you know, that's the quarter of your 161, give or take. Finding a lap somewhere. Finding a bit of traffic when you're doing lap times barely over a minute, it's going to happen. It doesn't take too much before there's a handful of 5, 6, 7 lapped cars.
At the moment, that is what the track looks like, with a number of cars all over it. At this point in time, that's Robbie Gibbs starting to pick off a little bit of traffic. Sean Van der Meulen on board car 451 goes a lap down. So 29 cars on the lead lap. Now, and that looked like James Scott fuel saving to me. So they're going to make the play for the back end of this race. There's Kevin Norman having issues in the rapid theft car just ahead of the race leaders. So hang on to this one. This is for the last spot inside the top 10. At the moment, not quite able to grasp that one, so Borg will hang on to the spot for now.
Tiny bit wide curb, a tiny bit slippery. You saw the tail of the Mustang kick out. So Mueller really did get a better run. He's 2 k's an hour faster down the front straight. Doesn't try to dive to the inside of one.
Some compliant over the curves for both of those cars as well.
He thought really hard about a dive to the inside of 4. think, went against it. And just in the last 15 laps, the marbles have gotten ridiculous on the outside of turn 4 there, as we saw demonstrated, but then also in a couple of places like here. So 1.5 car widths off the racing line is nasty.
Billy Mole, I think, she's gotten through on Dylan Gray. And we'll look to keep climbing further up. Or has there just been a drama for that car? Because I thought that was a little bit further up the road. Because remember, he was having issues with the drive after contact with Ken Latta. Yeah, so I think, in actual fact, he's been slowly drifting back towards Dylan Gray. And Ken Latta's about 3.5 seconds down the road now. So, yeah, definitely issues from that one. Sam Blacklock's going to jump back to pit lane. And remember, that's car 215 that started up at the pointy end of the field. So, there was an opportunity for that car today. And it went no further than turn 1, lap 1. For that became, okay, what are we going to do to get this car to the finish? It's going to be interesting as well too, Dave. We'll get our first look at what the weather's going to do for us this afternoon here in probably about 6 minutes' time. I am watching that graphic like a hawk.
The interval updates, are you?
Yeah, I am. I am actually. Give me 2 seconds. I'll set a timer.
Yeah, okay. I set a timer and my instant noodles into the boiling water.
Well, I just set a timer on Google, so I will be getting an alarm in 5 minutes' time to tell me to have another look at that one. But for now, this is the fishy car that's just been lurking. Ken Latta on board, inside the top 15, 3 seconds back from Varndell and Johnson. What about Wayne Burke's progress through the field as well? We're tracking him. He was 8 seconds back off Jackson Rehana when he got clear of Ken Latta. That margin has been halved. And ladies and gentlemen, we're attempting to get you weather updates is what we're doing with this one right now. And Dan Yeaman is trying to be crafty behind the scenes to bring us all. Didn't quite work
how he was hoping. I just, went into the handy-dandy calculator. And so we were talking about lap 40 is that 3-stop magic number, but lap 32 is the 4-stop magic number, and that's what they've just started. So, end of this lap, you might see some people deep in traffic who think a juicy tyre undercut is going to help them out. Think about an early stop, because no one has yet made a pit stop to change tyres that wasn't based on, having damage in the first 2 or 3 laps. Everyone else has just been going on. If you think the strategy is going to be upended by the weather, and you want to get a bit of a tyre undercut, the end of this lap is when I think about it.
Yeah. And 2 penalties have just been applied. Car 451, Sean Vandermeulen, who's just already fallen off the lead lap. They've just been picked up a 10-second time penalty. And car 215 my apologies, car 208 for contact, lap 9, turn 1. And there's been an additional penalty handed back out for car 215 for contact with car 208. So something going on, drama towards the rear end of the field between a couple of cars there. Oh, Sean Vandermeulen has just been rotated as well. Not rotated, there was a bump on the way down here into Dandenong Road, and now he's going to run wide because he can't pull that car up. That was contact from, I think, I want to say it was Paul Young.
Car, I think, yeah.
Yeah. You'd be spot on there, Dave.
Get in the marbles. Just don't do it. saw the amount of traffic that your leaders were beginning to approach.
So he's going to just completely and utterly jump out of the way. So he's recognised traffic's coming from Sean van der Meulen, and there is a fair bit of damage to the left rear of that car. And I can tell you, the steering wheel for it is not quite centered. So he's got an awkward car underneath him at this point in time. He's doing the right thing, try and let traffic go.
For the leaders just now at Dandenong Road, Vincent Skillback, I think, wasn't expecting them to pass him there, but they had heaps more grip than him. So he ended up in a really weird bit of the road trying to let the leaders go. And he's got his own battle for position versus Blake Fitz and Lee Ellis, another sort of resurgent car that Trans-Tasman Racing 6.
Well, the leaders are in the thick of the traffic at the moment as well. Is the issue. They're actually coming up on a bunch more cars. They've got sort of 21st to 25th, only a couple seconds in front of them, and there's Van der Meulen who come to the pit lane to try and get probably some damage repaired. And there's that critical lap number we were talking about, right? Lap 32. So the rest of this, we're waiting to see what happens in terms of maximum fuel distance. If we get beyond lap 40, well, that locks it in. It's going to be a 3-stop race for sure. And then it becomes a little bit of a fuel game. Do you short pit? Do you short pit and only run a 40? Do you run 41 laps in the first set, then you go 40, 40, 40 to home? Oh, by the way, that timer just went off. So in 25 seconds or so, we will have an update on the weather and what it looks like. Could there be rain at the back end of this thing to finish it off? How heavy is that rain going to be as well? Moment.
Weekend weather update. Beautiful and sunny in the early afternoon, but with some rain and potential lightning and thunder arriving at about 3:45 p.m. Yeah, is when we're due for that one as well. So do we get that far into the race? So from about 3:30 onwards, there is a heavy chance of light rain. Medium chance of light rain now, and from 3:45 onwards, it becomes a chance of heavier rain. Again, not locked in. Here's the cable car as well. As everyone knows
still
about Melbourne weather.
Yeah, and it could all change. Whenever we talk about weather in Melbourne, don't lock any of that in, and everything is a chance.
Pack shorts, jumper, and sunscreen. Ahead of Serona, about equal to each other on the last lap. They're also going through a little bit of traffic, so they're a lap up to the Project 36 car that's next up the road from them. Directly behind them is for position with Joshua Horton.
Pulls the car off, it's the 215 car again at Dandenong Road. So, bad day goes worse for car 215. And you know what? Remember the ride for Vincent Skillback? It's nearly identical what happened to that car. I have a fair idea they're probably going to bring this one back to the garage and park that for the day. That car is now done, you would say. Well, their opportunity to finish this race with a reasonable car is gone.
Pit stop number 4 is 4 more than you should have made at this point. Michael Whiting looked like he had a good move into turn 1 here on Christopher Island, and he has had wheel spin aplenty coming out of turn 4. That's usually the complaint by this point in a stint, is you do have a bunch of point and squirt corners where you begin to wear out the rears out of Dandenong Road, out of turn 4, out of the final chicane, and the quality of grip on the rear axle begins to deteriorate.
Andre Heimgartner's making a little bit of time at this point in time as well. He's through to third spot on board car 47, and I just witnessed Brady Myers clutching on the way into Dandenong Road. So that's Paul Young, who's already made a stop just ahead of them.
Who's already served a drive-through but not made a stop.
Sorry, yep, drive-through penalty. My apologies. And he'll jump out of the way. But these two cars have gotten a little bit closer together. Kurt Stenberg will be sitting there and prepping to jump into car 47. Car 29 still doing some reasonably aggressive fuel saving at the moment, so they're looking to extend on this first stint. I tell you what, if that rain hits in the middle of the race as well, there could be. It may not necessarily be a 3-stopper. We could see 4. But
Well, that's why I was
the
saying
rain.
get a bit of track position with that early stop and the undercut. If you're entirely confident that rain is coming and it's going to upend this, then there's no point trying to run to the perfectly calculated, fuel saving for your dry stints. At some point it'll change, and I'd rather be sort of in the top 10 when the rain starts coming down than 35th, even if there's a slight fuel difference. So I think it will make the strategy look a little bit more open than it feels at the moment. Certainly if you've got, clutching and fuel saving for Brady Myers, it's because he's trying to get 40 or 41 laps out of this. You're going to start to see a couple dive for the lane shortly.
And just thinking about it, by the way, as we start lap number 40, we are 45 minutes into this race at this point in time. So that's a quarter race distance, which means we're scheduled to have that band of rain. And if it is a band or if there's more behind it, in an hour and 10 minutes from now, which is effectively about 2 pit stops away. So it'll be after that final pit stop, which means you're going to have to come back in. It's going to be a 4-stop race. No matter what happens, that was a huge moment in the background for the Project 36 car. I think
Might have been
Brandon Griffiths.
Yeah.
Yeah. He just jumped out of the way for all the traffic that was coming on through. So there's the two Project 36 cars together on the road. One of them a lap up on the other. Running a 9th spot as well for Matt Ciroli. Probably pretty pleased with himself to this point in time. Still a fair chunk of that race to come, though. Look at the margin. Second to third, by the way. Nearly 15 seconds up the road is Gibbs and Veld. They've just been putting on a clinic alongside of James Scott at the moment. But if that rain comes down, that dry weather pace, they're going to want this to stay green because they will need that margin to stay strong out in front.
Big run from Jamie Davis, looking to the inside on Dylan Gray at turn 1, most of the way up. In just a little hot. Marbles on the far side of the curb there. I think he kind of gets to them. Dylan Gray, despite being level on the way into 2 and 3. So maybe goes. This guy was quicker, and I'm not trying to cause an accident. Lee Ellis pits, that's strategic in the 36.
Yeah, well, that's that quarter distance, isn't it, for the race? So they're jumping in, getting up. That just makes me wonder why car 29 is fuel saving, because if they don't need to fuel save, we've hit lap 42 now. There is absolutely not a stop that they can eliminate. But are they trying to open up a hole whereby that rain hits and they can just swap onto a wet tyre?
Oh, no.
Not that way. There goes around that car, one car into the pit lane. And that battle pack that we were just sticking with Jamie Davis is going to rotate it back around and might just jump into the lane, and indeed does so. So that was getting awkward down at that point in time. Billy Mull enters pit lane as well. And there's Lee Ellis, like you said, has done his stop. So Davis is in, Mull's in.
Kind of actually starts a bit earlier than that, so... Davis has a poor run to Dandenong Road, then goes in a little bit deep. He's half into the marbles. This is where Dylan Gray's like, well, I can get some of this back. And then Gray is in his namesake. And it's awkward, limited overlap contact.
Yeah, and with right rears in the marbles and then out into the curves, it was not compliant at the rear.
You know you don't get penalised for reversing the pit lane if you're already backwards, so you're making forward progress in reverse gear in the pit lane.
Well, either way, the flick spin they had, they carried a fair way down the track too, didn't they, when they tried to get that car righted? Yeah. Either way.
So you should have just pitted, going in reverse, might have saved time.
Either way, it's done now.
Thing that everyone plans for necessarily.
Start lap 44. These guys, they're going to dip to the inside of John Simpson. He'll jump out of the way. At the moment, what has been a tumultuous race to the end of this first stint looks to have just come off the boil and back to a little bit of simmer. That's all good. Curry's must
have found a bit of pace. So he was the quickest car on track last lap, but as the leaders maybe caught a little bit of traffic, because Andre Humgartner and Brady Myers caught a little bit of traffic. It was like, oh, there's Richard Hampstead, just there in the background. Last lap looking very competitive. Maybe he's not saving as much fuel as these two up here in third and fourth are. So that's just playing back into the top five.
But Dave, I don't want to alarm you, and I don't want to make you check the weather radar any more than you have to do. So that's the first actual... critical that you actually mentioned it. That car's the first one to jump to pit lane is Richard Hampstead on board car 79. So the first of our leaders to do so, but that rain chance, by the way, for the time period from 3:45 to 4 p.m. in sim has moved to 95%, and it looks like it'll be medium to heavy intensity.
So we doesn't jump out of the way, he ends up in the marbles. Ugh. Very reminiscent of what happened a couple of laps ago at
And there it is, the confirmation, the updated timeline. So we're looking at 3:30 for that rain to start, and that chance has increased to 38% as well. In 5 minutes' time, we'll get another update on that weather. So it's looking like we are going to be more and more likely. Peter Pavlovich and
see it on the radar, baby. It's heading our way.
Indeed it is. Indeed it is, and it is going to be medium to heavy intensity. So we are going to cop some rain at the back end of this one, and it is going to come thick and fast. I can tell you, I can see it. It's coming.
Pit window open here, and Robbie Gibbs pits from the lead of the race, but James Scott, who'd been sitting back there in second and saving, carries on. So he's going to lead his first lap of the day right at the tail end of this stint. Does he go one lap more? Was he with enough in hand to go 2 laps more? Because by about lap 2 of this 46 lap stint, James Scott was content to just sit behind in second place. And so the possibilities for saving was very large.
Well, do you flip that script and take a short stop here, grab that track position and see if you can't disappear into the sunset, and you try and connect the dots from there? Or
now that the rain's a guarantee, you're extending to see if the end of this stint can get you to the window of putting wets on. So he's extending another lap. Surely you'll have a couple of other takers. Island.
I think that when that rain falls is going to be critical. Because remember, you need about 20 litres to get a set of tyres on and off. So if it happens in the first 5 to 10 laps, and it's going to be about 5 laps of a stint, you're going to have to sit static waiting for wet tyres to go on. So you do not want that rain to hit and switch over to wets 5 laps after you've come out of the pit lane. There will be a price to pay on that one. Or the other option is you take a short stop just before the wet stint, which will also make the car quite accurate, quite pointy, and there'll be a lot of track speed that will be found as a result. How far can James Scott go on with this stint? The thing is, at the end of the day, short lap time, lot of opportunity to try and sit there and fuel save and just match pace, look after the car, look after the tyres. 47 laps complete at the end of this one.
Most of the field
Scott's
pitting, but James Scott continuing means there's about to be only 2 cars on the lead lap. Yeah, right now there's 3 cars on the lead lap. James Scott, Brady Myers and Robbie Gibbs.
And the pace has got to be good from that Gibbs car at this point in time as well. He really needs to make sure that those tyres sing. And we'll get an opportunity. So current lap time, 108.831 for James Scott, and 108.9 on the previous lap. So it's done rather well. Car 29 is now into the pit lane at this point in time as well. So they got to the end of 47. So there's 1 car to make a pit stop. Jeez, he's gone a long, long way. That is a lot of fuel saving they've been able to achieve. You would expect them to be in this lap. And indeed they are. Yeah, 3-lap overcut's going to be huge for that car. And now we just sort of got to keep an eye on what's car 31 capable of. 108.4. So they actually have gained probably a fair chunk of time on car 17. There's issues at the final corner.
Who was new into the race. I was just looking at this. We've had about 10 driver swaps in 37 car field. So Jared Lamprey has his first lap completed. And you saw that Peter Pavlovich has gotten in to replace Dylan Gray. So both of these guys, very eager to get into the race. They've gotten into each other. You also had Troy Stonestreet, Rain Campbell, Curtis Bird, Alan Maxwell, Angus Lawford, Thomas Wilson, Jamie Dyke, some others currently doing their first laps of the race. So not a lot of driver changes. About a quarter of the teams have made a drive swap at their first swap.
Well, probably the right place to hold a 500 because that rain is coming. Oh, you know what? There's some yellow in the rain that's coming. I'm starting to see more and more bands of rain, and the other thing is it's slightly different from sim to sim as well. It's in that rain, but it is going to be, the intensity is going to be all over the place on that rain. There's light blue, which is the very lightest portions of the rain. There is dark green, there is light green, there is yellow, there is all sorts that's involved in that rain. So when it comes and it hits at the back end, pace is going to swing wildly.
Bottom left corner of the radar graphic is where the fun comes from.
So what you can tell from that is it's coming at the moment, but there's more coming. And car 216, I think it's picked up its second or third penalty of the day. It's a 15-second time penalty for their next pit stop. So that was for the contact with 97. So we saw both of these cars off the road, and this is how it happened.
Lamprey even sees him coming and gives space. Lamprey gave him more space than he deserved. And Peter Pavlovich bounces over the curb, T-bones and looks to redress, but there was no overlap going into the break. Lamprey sees him coming and is like, okay, I'll give you the car width at the apex, and then even that wasn't enough. So that was worse than I was expecting, to be honest with you.
Yeah. It's just continuing to get worse and worse and worse, unfortunately, for car 216. A few issues today. Down the start-finish straight for these guys, 3 wide, in and amongst a little bit of traffic.
Burke overcooks it
And that-
big time. It's Ryan Mueller. They'd both just lapped a car that they let back through.
Oh, that's not good. They'll elbow
Burke
each
doors
other
him.
off. And Wayne Burke did door. I think he's going to have to give that one back and go get it again.
So, turn 1, he overshoots, ends up in the runoff. Turn 2, he doors him off. They let the lap traffic back through. These guys got no excuse. Like I was just saying, they've both been in the car since the start and they've changed their respective pit stops. So the lap traffic stays well left. Wayne Burke thinks this is an opportunity for me. He's a bit deep on the brakes initially. It's Apex is kind of to the left there.
He's still alongside there, and there's not.
Is he looking at Borg and the racecraft car on the right, and he's not looking to the left, and he's area is stuck in the middle with you type of situation. So that is way wide. He's looking right, maybe, at that point in time.
Yeah. Well, he's definitely taken away from the apex, I feel.
Almost tippy-toeing to the point of unsafe rejoin with that, but it is still Brian Borg in the 117, goes up to the top 10. Robbie Gibbs and James Scott are still in that order. Gibbs did get a very nice undercut on those 3 laps, but now James Scott is fired up and set the new fastest lap of the race. Track temp dropping, not rapidly, but it's down from about 45 to 41, and then we know cloud cover is coming. The cloud will come before the rain does, so the track could be on the racing line, but off the racing line is getting even worse. So it's going to become a very narrow one-groove racetrack potentially.
Right, so we're just beyond an hour into this race right now. For those of you at home thinking about when that rain is going to hit, well, it's moving earlier and earlier and earlier. So we expect it in about 55 minutes or so is when we're expecting that first hit of the rain potentially to hit. The first leading edge of it is going to be light, and it won't stay that way for very long. It will build, and it will build. There will be patches of lighter, patches of heavier. There could even be a patch whereby there is no rain. But at this point in time, the cloud cover that's building. So get through this stint with a little bit of speed. It's going to happen just after the next pit stop, I think.
So does that become Eclipse Sim Sports' strategy, is carry this fuel so long that it's until when the rain starts coming? 48 laps on the first stint. The numbers you were rolling out sounds like should expect rain on lap 100. So, gee.
That's an awkward timing for that car.
He's closed up to Gibbs now, so he's still got the choice now to use a tyre offset to go for track position, or to use this as another big fuel-saving stint opportunity.
I tell you what I'd be doing at this next pit stop is I'd be sticking 100 litres in the car, because remember that fuel tank's 119 litres? If you're back in the low 40s, so if you're someone, say the 111 car, came in at the end of lap 43, I think, by that number, or the end of lap 44, you're probably good to go. You can probably fill the car all the way from lap 88 and you'll be totally fine, because that's 12 laps in the stint. That's a good way. You've made the maximum out of that set of tyres. If you're James Scott, Zach Rattray White, I'm probably only throwing 100 litres worth of fuel at the car at the pit stop, and it'll be come in for the wets, because 100 litres of fuel is going to completely cover you to the wet window. More than cover you to that wet window. And if you really wanted, you could probably go about 70 or so litres, even less, and still be fine as well. But that will be the game that you'll play. So how much fuel do you take at this next stop will be a big part.
Scott's mega saving right now. So he had a 108.2 as the fastest lap of the race. Then immediately the next lap down to an 8.9. I think it's going to be even slower than that this time. This is the 10th and 11th. This is the 3rd and 4th. So Richard Hampstead got himself a little bit of an undercut on Brady Myers. So instead of being the TTR cars together in third and fourth, Richard Hampstead is in the middle, or as they call him in France, Richard Amstead. Andre Heimgartner staying in the 47, has slightly newer tyres to try to fend off. Brady Myers back in fifth has got the freshest tyres to try to close back in. And he's just a little bit quicker on the lap now just completed. Traffic simply never ending as well.
I wonder if you're Brady Myers, if you're not just also taking that big swing at fuel saving. At this point in time. Why not? What's the harm? The harm is you'll lose a fair bit of track position, particularly if you've got a strong car in the wet to finish. You're right there in amongst it, but we're going to get an opportunity to see these guys on the wet stuff. Lachlan Capel stayed on board car 18 as well, which means they'll throw Colin Gilo. They'll have to throw Colin Gilo at that car. Anyone that's effectively not done a driver swap at this first pit stop has to think about it for the next one, for sure.
We've crossed the minimum drive time now, just now, so...
Yeah. So anyone who's done the first couple of stints.
So Henry got in, Hinz got in. I think Henry's let him go just about, so Hinz got through and I got dizzy just then.
Thomas Hinz will get the job done, move up one spot on car 209. A little bit of a think about what he's doing, a little bit of a look at some data. You saw the eyes flash in that direction, then back up to what he's doing as he tips in the crest of the hill.
Just making mental note that the rain's coming from the turn 1 end of the circuit as well.
It's going to be interesting when this hits, how much of it we get, how heavy. Looking at what we're getting, I'm expecting this to go to a wet tyre. Not straight away when the rain first starts, but probably about 10 minutes after the rain starts, I'd expect to be in a wet tyre.
Yeah, my experience, and then looking at the intensity of that rain, says we're going to go from no rain to quite intense rain very quickly. So I think from the time that you first notice spots on your windscreen, or we notice it on any of the trackside cameras, rather than being like, oh, okay, they lost half a tenth this lap, oh, they lost another half a tenth, we got to lose like 8 seconds per lap to the crossover point. I think we'll move to the dry to wet tyre crossover will happen quicker than I've typically seen it happen. So it might
I'm agreeing
like
with
3 laps than 5.
Well, the problem is the leading edge of that rain as well. They won't change. What will happen is when that light blue rain hits, the track will just get really, really quick. Because the V8 supercar tyres love a cool track state. They generate a lot of heat themselves. They don't want that heat. They want to shed it. So the first bend of rain is going to do that. Blake Urquhart, 20th spot for him with Robbie Bradbury. And a really good bit of aggression to earn himself that one. I think Jamie McKnight might have just seen that one coming and thought, I'd like to continue on with my race, preferably not backwards. Might have led to the stepping aside.
Myers is closing back on the podium spot pretty quickly. I wonder if there's not a tiny bit of communication as well, rather than just between Kurt Stenberg and Andre Heimgartner, but between the cars as well. Because, Andre Heimgartner just backed it off a couple of tenths. Richard Hampstead doesn't really want to pass him just yet. Brady Myers catching the both of them, and they end up 20 seconds behind the race lead after we've gone through that first pit stop phase.
Yeah, I can tell you, yeah, they are all in together. Sorry, apologies. Apologies, they are not. Right, so now we get a little bit of that intensity and what that means in terms of the rain. If you have a look to the bottom left-hand corner of the screen, in fact, slightly up the left-hand side of that screen, you see hints of yellow. That is going to be a slow racetrack if we see that. That will be puddles everywhere if that hangs around for any length of time.
Even the dark green is quite heavy rain. The red is sort of tropical storm level. The yellow is pelting it down.
Just in a little bit of a lull in the middle of the race at the moment. And as we ratchet on towards the end of lap 59 for our race leaders, bring you up to date if you're just tuning in. We'll walk back through. Moment all the way back on lap 1, impacted 4 cars and put them basically in the pits and out of contention very early on. Car 215, Orbit Drop Air Jupiter, started off the second row. And opportunistic move. They were day done in the first couple of corners. Just about. They've retired from the session now. They were able to get back out there and try to keep going on. Took car 208, the Team Jinx Shifters car, the 96 entry, which trialled the wet tyre in dry conditions and found it not working. And I believe car number 6 as well was also involved in that one and have been recovering through the field. Other than that, it was a few spicy moments inside of the first hour and the first stint. Particularly up front, the first 15 laps or so, we saw quite aggressive racing from a number of cars. A couple of cars being rotated and facing the wrong direction, and it was actually teammates getting into each other. And car number 890 and car 458, Sebastian Van Del rotated Wayne Burke all the way back, I think it was like 12 or so down at Dandenong Road. So there's been a recovery effort for a couple of cars.
36 is having a nightmare right now. Got passed by a couple of cars, doesn't seem to be quite up to speed yet. Just lost out to Sideways and Skilby
and there's issues for Lee Ellis.
Left hand down.
Yeah.
At 5 degrees left hand down, so there's damage on that car.
And there's a car backwards in the gravel trap down here at the final couple of corners. That's the car that had just let through Blake Urquhart not too long ago. And Michael Whiting for that car is jumping on. There's been contact apparently. The car 027, see, it's going to dump a bunch of garbage into the chicane. Car 36 will pull into the pit lane as well. So
Ellis has already got problems here, right? Oh no, I think he gets it with contact with the Skilby car just here. Yep. So he's wide through 1. It's not Joshua Anderson, it's Lee Ellis driving with Joshua Anderson. Joshua Anderson driving with Joshua Anderson would be interesting. So he was wide and in the marbles and then later some contact, and that is some awkward door-to-door stuff.
Car 36 has been losing time dramatically for... Well, not dramatically, sorry. We've been letting a few cars go of late. I was just going back for a little bit more of a replay to see if there was more in it. Because that steering wheel, as they come off of turn 1, looked like it was still sat to the left. So I was wondering whether or not there was perhaps something that went on earlier.
No, I think it's happened when he's gone into the wall there at 3. So the door-to-door contacts with the Skilby car, which is Ted Morris driving. To have done the steering.
No, I can tell you. I'm watching car 55's. Car 36's lap 55 now, and they've got steering damage way back then. So they've had it for a good while. It happened on lap 55, I think.
Hampstead's in a pickle here. Out of the way of all of them. Ellis now goes a lap down and a handful of his teammates. Hampstead, Brady Myers now on the tail of the both of them.
No, you know what? That car's had that damage prior to the pit stop.
I don't think it got better when he hit the wall there, as 70s by
No.
the tracks that are still shown. That's not good. You need to indicate if you can change 4 lanes at once. Yeah, that's the gap he was waiting for.
Okay, I can tell you, I just went back and had a look. Car number 30, car number 36, and this is car 216 again, getting into another car. It's John Simpson in the 89 entry. So it's Sim Sports car. And that's a massive amount of damage. Is he going to try and find pit lane? Yes, he will from there.
Yes, I just said that.
Yeah, cool. I just went back and had a look. That's the reason I was not watching what was going on board. Car 36 has had that damage since lap 1. They hit the sideways car 215 on lap 1 and has been dealing with that steering damage ever since. So yeah, you're right. Probably didn't get any better from the wall tap, but Josh Anderson's lack of pace now has an answer.
Geez, bit of lap traffic doesn't help Blake Fitz in the Kmart Rapid Theft Racing machine, and the Sideways and Skilby, the 2 cars behind, are also for position. Skilby, it's not on your lap. It's now going to go in between Josh Morris and the 2 cars that he's battling. So was it the car that was lapping them had an issue, and then they unlapped themselves, and now it's lapping them again?
Oh, believe by the look of that. It's, yeah, 222 cutting its way through after it crawled up and over the curbs, and it just got wide and all those marbles onto the back straight, unfortunately. Now it's going to run up on the back end of Blake Fitz, and Horton will be hoping that he can just dive his way through the traffic nice and aggressively here. Not going to help him, unfortunately. A little battle pack of 3 cars here outside of the 20 as well.
He's not owed a whole lot of assistance here when he's had an error and then let these cars immediately back in front of him. Eventually they'll acquiesce a second time. Sideways have a good run though, trying to use that to their advantage, that Rapid Theft had to slow up a little bit in the straight, and so Sideways locked up in the grey, no good.
And Blake Fitz goes from the front end of this pack. They're now squabbling with them. And 091 with Josh Morris on board at the moment. It's going to go side by side through the last couple corners, and Blake Fitz out across the curb. The car will jump sideways and loses 2 spots whilst trying to let the traffic come through as well. Taking a little bit of a look around the field at the moment. Mule is up 5 to 11th spot, battling away with Brian Borg. Remember, Borg got through in that battle they had with Wayne Burke not too long ago. He was the lucky recipient, skated on through. So they've obviously found their way back by. Wayne Burke's rapidly starting to close in on Angus Lawford, just ahead of him, just up the road as well. Come 152 inside the top 10 at the moment. Both of these drivers will have to do a handover at some point in time. Will Morgan for Ryan Mueller will take over car 553, and Brian Borg will have to hand over to Jason Bentz. And Bentz, he's been really enjoying Gen 3 hardware and some of the best driving he's done in a while.
Richard Hampstead just let 29ers go. So Hampstead and Phoenix Racing car back to 5th. Transit Tasman Racing 29 up into 4th. Hampstead just in behind the rear wing. Massive fuel save as he came over the crest. So in these cars, that very first bit after the straight, you do need to brake, 100 meters earlier for, but it's not a massive braking zone. And then you're trailing the brake through the twisty bits and then reapplying the brake heavily to slow down. So you can make a lot of saving just coming over the crest of the hill there and coasting your way into the S's, where you kind of need to ski slalom and slowly be shedding off speed anyway. So a lot of fuel can be saved without a lot of time being lost.
All out a little bit for T1.
Myers should be the driver in this group in the best fuel position, though, having stopped last.
The leading edge of that rain's just gone away a little bit. It looks like at this point in time we're going to be guaranteed rain by 3:45, but I'm just wondering how early that rain's going to come our way. So again, it looks like there might be a pocket of rain that will dodge. There'll be a gap in the clouds and the rainfall that might hit the circuit, which will, but when it comes, it might dump us straight into heavy rain now, as some of that cloud cover moves slightly to the south of the circuit. There is a big pocket of no rain just sort of heading. We might get half the track in rain, half the track not in rain, because have a look at that. Look at where that pocket is, and that pocket is trending towards the circuit. Have a look at the yellow stuff that's behind it. That's what I'm looking at and going, when it hits, it's going to hit and be heavy. Might be worthwhile grabbing ourselves a breather right now, because Thomas Wilson might be grabbing a breather. The second half of this race, with fuel strategy coming into play, trying to use up perhaps some tyre advantage and maybe some fuel position advantage to grab some track position might also be relevant. And is that car 152 I just saw in the background flashing its headlights to try and get through the traffic? So car 595, which is Thomas Wilson, is racing car 091. They're 21st and 22nd on the road. And the next two cars are 152 and 890. They're 9th and 10th on the road. And then behind them, Blake Fitz in the 81 car is 23rd. So you've got 21st, 22nd, and 23rd all together. But you've got two lead lap cars in the middle of that is what we're talking about. So hold on to your hats, ladies and gents.
I think everyone's already holding onto their hats because the wind speed's picked up to 25 k's an hour from the 20 that it was. And go even further as the weather begins to arrive. So this is Morris very early trying to offer up the Project 36 car to come through and the Vermilion Fury car to come through, but to close the door on the Rapid Theft car.
And Blake Fitz is going to have a go down the inside. He's going to force both of them to miss the apexes up and over the curbing. And you know what that's done? That's just allowed Angus Law for this back straightaway to just let these two cars go and carry on with his race. Ryan Mueller now arrives on the scene. And they're going to have to potentially then go. And Fitz was not happy with the way that car 091 moved across in the braking zone for turn 1. And there's worthwhile statement for turn 2. Now deep, up and over the curbing as well. Car 091, he'll have a slow down penalty. Here comes Fitz to the inside. And out the other side. And Mueller wants to see none of this. And now there's a shot on the rear bar. Oh, up and over the curb. That one finally resolved that one. And Brian Borg gets a freebie. And Ryan Mueller's a little bit miffed in the whole situation because he's trying to cut his way through and carry on with his race on the lead lap. And all in the middle of that, Blake Fitz is trying to have a conversation with race control about what corner number all of this was going on. And now Jared Lamprey and the 97 cars just arrived on the screen. And meanwhile, Wayne Burke grabs that spot off the Project 36 entry. Well, much like the weather picking up, Dave, I think the racing did as well.
You can only have so many battles for position within a certain number of square meters. That's sort of our cup ranneth over or something.
But and 091 Skilby Racing entry was warned for blocking into turn 1. That one's resolved itself back in favour of Blake Fitz, so I think he'll be annoyed with it, but he'll probably just want to let it go if he can drive away. I say that, and Blake Fitz is actually going to go around at turn 4. And we do have car in the barriers, and trying to rejoin off of turn 4, but gets it done safely, so...
It's not a gigantic amount of runoff there at turn 4. Just a tiny little bit. There's like a creek and then houses on the opposite side of the sound barrier right there.
You know what's actually going to be really, really interesting is look at the marbles that are built up offline at the moment. If this rain thumps down like you think it's going to, drivers are not going to want to be on that rubbered line, but you can't put the car on the marbles either. That wet groove and where you actually place the car in the changeable conditions is going to be very, very difficult.
I think it'll be difficult in the sort of in-between time once it just starts getting wet enough that you're off the racing line. Because once it comes down so heavily, which it will quickly, and the track is completely wet, then the slipperiness of the rubbered inline becomes worse than the slipperiness of there being a few marbles, which again will then clear quite quickly. If half the field decides that's where the grip is, it'll move quickly.
It'll take some time for that rubber to get rolled out of the racetrack as well, the water taking it away with, so we're poised for a really, really interesting one. Probably about not even 15 laps, probably about 11 laps away from our pit window starting. And the reason I wanted to just sort of grab a little bit of a break is because we're going to get that pit window and then the rain rapid fire thereafter. So this next sort of 25 laps of the race is going to be really, really important. But we'll have a break of about 10 laps before that happens. So we're going to grab a break. Now is probably the time to do so, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to take a step back. Endurance racing, Sandown 500, and rain on the way. If you need to grab yourself a pit stop, do it now, because the most important pit stops of the endurance season are about to come our way. More on the other side of these. And as we get on to lap number 83, car number 31 makes its way into the pit lane. And the reason for it is in the bottom right-hand corner of your screen. They're going to do a driver's change, get Hayden Veld behind the wheel before the rain hits. Because not only is the rain on its way, it's close. I'm just hearing on the radio Harry Dodds has had some sort of drama, and we did see him off at turn 4 in the middle of that one. Apologies for a little bit of an extended break, ladies and gents. But there was a lot that happened in the middle of all that one. We're better off having a break now than before chaos starts to unfold. And this is car 222 getting into car 981. There was a little moment. Interesting one to pick apart there. A little bit of a moment. And then the 222 car just there. So, where do you pin that one on? Will be the interesting thing. By the way, Hayden Veld's come out right behind Ryan Mueller after a pit stop. That is tricky for them. It was only a short stop too. It was about 14 seconds or so shorter through the pit lane.
Yeah, because
So
the first stint they did 45 laps. They're just after 37 laps. Full time on it to make the driver change at the halfway. So it's an interesting kind of a call that I think it plays to a point you were making earlier, which is if you've just stopped for slick tyres and then it starts raining 3 laps later, you're losing time at that next stop when you're making the wet tyre change, but you don't have any room in the fuel tank to put, you know, more fuel in. So by doing this, they go for a gnarly little undercut on this set of tyres for the next 15 minutes. And then, yeah, it might be in 10, 15, 20 laps time that they need to make the move to wet tyres.
And it is 3:12 p.m. in Sim. We have started lap number 85. James Scott leads the way. He will have to do a driver swap to Zach Rattray White. And the question mark is, the problem is he's going to need to do 15 laps or so from here to get to the wet. So he's also going to need a short. I don't think anyone is making the start of this rain here, by the way. Bit of a moment for Hayden Veld as he's going to run deep down at Dandenong Road. And they need to carry on with their race. This is heavy. There is actually a lot of heavy rain in this as well. This is going to be diabolical to be circulating Sandown Motor Raceway, Melbourne, Victoria. Well, a couple of weeks ago, they had a flash flood. There was images of it all over social media with blue skies up and above it and rain just thundering down the streets. There's going to be more of that, I think, this afternoon. And at the moment, we've just seen a penalty pop through for car 222. 10-second time penalty for that moment with Harry Dodds.
See if they can also get that one rescinded, like their grid penalty. Everyone's picked up the pace as well, by the way. So now that Gibbs has handed over to Veld and they're trying to do a tyre undercut, James Scott has unleashed that potential that he was just sort of sitting on, minding, babysitting for the last 30 laps. So he gets down to a 108.5. Any lap time under 109 flat was so difficult for them to achieve not all that long ago. But the track temp drops in this sort of mid to late afternoon, down underneath 40 degrees Celsius. James Scott knows he's got to pick up the pace a little bit. Million Fury 111, Rain Campbell coming into the pit lane. The Vermilion cars are looking like they might do something similar to Gibbs Feld.
So we might see a very, very active pit lane, and you're right, Burke is in, as is Rain Campbell. There goes our race leader, so that puts those cars off the lead lap as well. For now, but it'll be for a short period of time. And heavy rain in the near future, ladies and gents. It is coming. When it hits is going to be the last question that we need to assess. For the moment, Angus Lawford defending from Brian Borg at the moment. This is the Mazzaroli car.
SimSpeed quick wrap services on the Brian Borg Jason Bent's machine.
Change it. Hey, can it be a change of speed at the moment for Brian Borg? He's definitely run down. Angus Lawford not quite close. And the other question mark now lingers in the back of the brain is who's got a car that's set up for the wet weather? Who's going to be a little bit in trouble? Remember, you can't add wing to these things. No adjustable wing. Do you have a tinker with the bars at the pit stop though? Get it underneath and have a slight blade adjustment.
I
make
prefer
him a
to have
touch
kibble
softer.
with the bars, but that's just me.
That air temp's come down. Track temp, it was up at 45 or so degrees earlier on. It's now under 39. It's at 38. You can see with that cloud cover, and the cloud cover that's continuing to come over the circuit as well, there is more on the way.
Number 33 in, and that's also, well, they were fraction early at the first stop, so this is about on schedule as far as that car could go. So esports racing Blake Urquhart in, just getting a little trickle of pit stops now. Some of them because they've done no fuel saving, some of them just taking this stop a little on the early side with one eye on the radar.
Oh, just in a moment for, I think, Alan Mazzaroli. That was just trying to let, actually, Hayden Veld go on through. So he was trying to get him cleared as soon as possible. This little battle pack as well. This will be an interesting one just to keep half an eye on, as pit lane has gotten very, very busy. So this is 5th place Lachlan Capel at the moment, and in behind him Kobe Jones and Rain Campbell. Rain's been through pit lane recently, as has Kobe Jones. So all three of these cars need to continue on at their best pace at this point in time. Even though they're a lap apart, there is pit stops in the middle of that.
Their last lap was a personal best for the car in that Vermilion 111 at the tail end of this group, so having to stop 3 laps ago. Their tyres are really, really strong right now. That's the problem. You're seeing, you know, a lap down, but on fresher tyres, they are keeping right up with Lachlan Capel, and it's going to become another potential source of frustration.
And there's Capel into the pit lane. Yeah, that solves that problem. Nice and early as well.
So Campbell has 11 lap fresher tyres. This is the kind of difference it makes.
Kobe Jones a little bit wide, and they're going to bump and grind as they get into the chicane here, up and over the curbs. Campbell's going to be out wide, makes the fence as he was on the marbles. So that will solve that one. Rain Campbell will scoot on through.
Will it? Campbell got a pretty poor run off turn 4, and I think we're fired up here.
Going to get right in the back bumper and then slot in behind. And elect to just stay there for the moment. Kobe Jones, as you think about a dive, he's deeper on the brakes, carries the entry speed. And then out the other side, Reagan Campbell finally gets that power down. You can run away a little bit. Clouds lurking. Now,
there's sort of this notch in the weather front, and the weird thing is I think we are going to be in the middle, surrounded by weather on three sides, and the rain will actually come sort of 5 minutes later than the weather front because of the sort of jigsaw piece puzzle shapes into it. So everyone heading to pit lane now, still too early to go to the wets, but you just got to stop when you got to stop. So Ray Hamlinage, Kurt Stenberg is getting in. Thumbs up. Do you see what I mean? There's that notch in between the two fronts, and that's where we're headed. But then we are going to get basically from 0 to 100 when we go from no rain to the yellow colour band. A few other driver changes perhaps taking place. Jason Benson with the racecraft simulation car.
It's going to hit hard when it gets here. Here we go. Kobe Jones will be feeling touch of grip. But I can tell you right now, I am seeing the zoomed in radar, the leading edge, the lightest blue, going to the north of the circuit, the northwest corner of that passes around. We're going to be encompassed by rain on all sides. We're going to be hugged on all sides by rain. Ocean Colangelo gets on board, car 18. What a time to be handed over the reins of this thing. Think about the nerves for the youngster. I think I'd prefer to be about done with my driving for the day with what's coming.
No, I did my bit, washed my hands, hand that one over. So that could be a mistake for the Fishy Motorsports because I think they've gone to a set of wet tyres but way, way too early, reminiscent of what happened to the Phoenix Racing 96 where
They're
you're allowed to go to wet tyres because there's weather in the air. The track is declared wet in inverted commas in sort of FIA parlance, and so it becomes an option, but it is not the right time.
That car just did a 1 minute 18. That is 10 seconds off the pace. They will be better off coming back in for tyres in about, and shelving these, I reckon about 3 or 4 laps. So my apologies. That lap time isn't actually relative at the moment. So have a look at the pace difference down the straight. As those tread box move about on the racetrack, and Ken Ladder's sort of just left sitting there going, it's slow in a straight line and I've not got a lot of grip. Does he know? Does he know he's on a wet tyre? I don't know that they necessarily know yet.
Oh, the Van der Meulen clean car wide, and so the marbles are still very, very costly.
By the way, that was Kurt Stenberg skated on through. He is now on board car 47, and you know what that means. And we know
Thumbs up.
Kurt Stenberg waving madly in the webcam, and Kurt Stenberg head down, thumbs up in the cockpit. Speaking of H-pattern versus paddle shifter cam, there you go. Paddles on board car 47. Last lap time for Ken Ladder. This is the first read, 1 minute 13, so it's only 3.5 seconds slower on the wet tyres.
I think he's going to get bailed out in about 5 minutes' time. So it was the wrong call, but I don't think you can correct course and then correct back again without losing more. Every other pit stop is drivers going to new slick tyres, so Richard's shifters, Brett Loxton gets a new set of slicks that I reckon you could sell second-hand plenty well. There's some tread left on them at the end of the day because those tyres are only going to need to do 3 or 4, 5 laps before they get replaced by a set of wets. James Scott, can the Eclipse Sim Sport 17 go far enough that they go straight to a set of wets in their second pit stop? First stint of the race, 48 laps. Now 46 completed from James Scott. Can this car go another 4 or 5 laps to go straight to wets? If they can, great strategy. If they can't, that's advantage Evolution Racing Team 31, the Gibbs and Veld car. It wants to rain on the racetrack so badly. We are surrounded 300 of 360 degrees by precipitation. But vortex theory is real, folks.
I'm really concerned for car 269, which is the Ken Ladder car that's got the wets on board, because they are going to be in absolute struggle street. And the other thing is there going to be any tread block left on those things when the rain finally does come? For now, James Scott did 49 laps in the first stint. What's he got? Sorry, 48 laps in the first stint. What's he got for us in stint number 2? Can he go all the way to the crossover point? But the cloud cover's lurking. It is lurking. Finally, we might be starting to get close to the rain arriving.
So if this first stint goes as far as the first one does, then this is a lap for James Scott. But if he goes 1 lap longer, does it make a difference?
I don't think it does.
Right here. That's that. You got to go to slicks again right now, don't you? You got to put
100%.
slicks on for 3 laps. You'd only put 3/4 of a tank of fuel in right now, right?
I wouldn't even put 3/4 of a
full
tank of
tank
fuel in.
minus
I'd
about
throw
10
like 20
seconds.
litres.
I'd go.
Would you
I'd go the full tank.
go
minus-
40 or 50
minus
litres?
10. Yeah,
Go out, set the fastest lap of the race?
I'd take the full tank minus 10 seconds. The 10 seconds that you'll then add when you put the wet tyres on the next stop.
So you reckon
Or match the
somewhere around
time.
90 to 95 litres?
Match the 32 seconds of fuel that Hayden Veld got in the other car, because you just want to be close to them.
Ken Ladder just did a 112 flat. Lost 3 seconds to Brett Loxton ahead of him on that lap.
It is a new set of slick tyres on the 17. And they will also be one owner only driven on Sundays. A lot of tread depth left available second hand in the paddock once we all dry out at the end of the day.
In moments, we are going to see the leading edge of the rain hit turn 1. It will hit turn 1 first. There is 5.5 seconds with the race lead.
They took a David
For Hayden
Haynes
Veld.
amount of fuel in the number 17, by the way, so they're listening to David, not Scott. But ERT car took even less earlier, had that undercut, and they lead by 5 seconds right now. But they need 8 seconds more of fuel. So then it all becomes about picking the right lap, the right time to go to the wet tyres. It should be raining at turn 1 this time high.
Not raining yet. Yes, it is. It just started at turn 1. Rain is here! And the Sandown 500 starts to change. It just started raining at turn 1. I can tell you it's not raining at turn 2. It's just started raining at turn 2. It is coming in. It's about to rain cats and dogs from Springvale in Melbourne. It is going to absolutely thump down. There's another fishy car, by the way, on wet tyres. It's car 027. Michael Whiting's on them as well. So they ran as long as they possibly could. That car's been on those tyres for about 2 laps. But it needs to thump down. Absolutely.
But it is, though. The rain
thump down.
intensity's gone from 0% to 15%. We had one of the earlier rounds at Okayama where 3% rain intensity was enough to move everyone to wet tyres. It's gone from 0% to 13 and building rapidly.
Well, it's here. Let's see who makes the right call at the right time. For now, what does the movement of the needle say on lap times? It's now raining at the last corners as well. There it is. Hayden Veld comes out. The spray from cars on the main straight. How long do you go? Are you covered? The slicks have fallen off probably about 2 seconds already. There's cars off at turn 1 running wide. Can't pull it up. All out of shape. Car 458. Ethan Johnson on board. Huge mistake. He'll be diving in this lap. They're all sliding all over the place between 2 and 3.
This is the wet end of the road, and it's gone from raceable to undrivable, unmanageable in the course of 1.5 minutes. There's slowdown penalties everywhere on the timing screen. Number 29 and 47 TTR cars are going to be in first from the top 10 to go to wet, and I think that's the right call. Well, the ERT car leading and the Eclipse car in second went 1 lap further around. And so if they can keep it on the road, that'll be okay. But if they have a problem, they will not be enjoying it at all.
Oh, car 117, Jason Benz has just about gone around. Down and Ong Road. They are crawling all over the road. You're about to see the pit stop slide up. Maloney's in. Leonage. Colin Gilo. Jacob O'Reilly. There's cars off everywhere trying to get into pit lane. It's thumped down. The slicks are no longer good enough. You got to try and crawl this thing back to the lane. Who's still out? Who is still out on the dry tyres at this point in time? Car 458's gone through.
595 is headed towards pit entry on slick tyres. Yeah, coming in.
Car 458 went another lap. Ethan Johnson is going down the back straightaway on slick tyres right now. Michael Whiting's about to just absolutely fly by him.
Oh, and the 216s
Martin
as well.
Having issues. Car 216 still out there. Gee whiz, this came to life. This came to life quickly. This is wet weather in Melbourne, what it looks like, what it feels like. This is one of the last cars still on. 458 right now on the slick tyre. And look at him, he can't keep it straight. He jumps on the brakes and there's just nothing there. Gee, it's still just bouncing around. He'll dive the pit lane for sure this time by. That's going to cost him 5 to 10 seconds.
Just in front of Eclipse Sim Sports, you saw Racecraft Simulation go off the road in the final corner just before pit entry. So they cut the final chicane, entered the pit lane with a slowdown still to serve, got given a black flag for the unsafe pit entry, and they've been sat for just over a minute now. Very, very costly mistake. Probably should have just observed the blue flag, gotten out of the way, and made a safe pit entry. The difference in the fuel required has made Eclipse Sim Sports with the quicker stop going to wet. Evolution Racing team evened up the ledger, took all of the fuel as well as going to the new tyres.
Car 216 is stuck in the barriers. I think it's beached. The car is beached. They can't get that one out of their safety car. It's all changed. It is all changed. That car cannot move. The bumper's stuck on the wall. And have a look at them dodging that car as well.
It's more of a pinball bumper because it keeps resetting itself.
Well, that car's still on slicks.
We called that out as one of the cars that had stayed on slicks, the 216, and no, it has not worked in the slightest. I'm sure we'll see exactly how, but the curbs would be lethal, the rubbered in racing line would be lethal, and then you've got no margin to save the car first where the walls and the Armco are in that very tight section.
Everyone's trying to figure out where the line is at the moment too, with the amount of water. There's puddles already forming on the start-finish straight on the left-hand side of the road. There's some in the middle of the road. It's all over the place at the moment. Just trying to figure everything out. So Zach Rattray White becomes the race leader after playing their strategy cards perfectly and holding them back. Safety car will grab the field. Tyres are going to go off like ice at this point in time. All the temperature's going to drain out of them.
the wet tyres are very sensitive to that. So when they don't have temperature, they've got no grip. You get them up to temperature, they've got grip. They're kind of the opposite to how the slicks seem to behave on a dry track, where when they're very cool, they've got a lot of grip, and then they overheat and go away.
The safety car's got a slip tyre on.
It does! Oh no, Dan Stevens has a slowdown penalty coming to a crawl in turn 4. He's on the wrong tyre. Can we send out the other safety car on wet tyres and make a swap? It's the only car on track on slick tyres because Peter Pavlovich is not on the track and the safety car is on slicks.
There's a little bit of laughing back and forth going on between a few people on the server, I can tell you at the moment. The thing is, you got to enjoy these little things. This is the pressure that race control's under at this critical point in time as well, because they were trying to manage that car that was stuck between 3 and 4, and they had to make they just had to make a snap decision. So anyway, they might swap a safety car at the end of this lap. It might be a first in the series, and I can tell you Dan Stevens is doing absolutely everything he can to keep that car on the island, because he's doing a great job for a guy that's on slick tyres in the middle of a monsoon. You got to applaud the effort, though.
Can we get the Motec data on the apex speeds, please? I think we've got minimum apex speed about 30. Accelerating up to 80.
Sure. He's just barely keeping it on the island at the moment. He's doing a great job. I've got to admit. Well, things that I didn't think I'd have to say, but that have come about. Have a look at how big those puddles are on the main straight too.
So, trying to see if the cars early to wets have been rewarded for their sane and sensible decisions. Jake Maloney in third was one of the first to go to wets. Held on to third.
There's a ton of laps cars in the middle of all this too.
Can Ladder pit again for a new set of wets? I think he did. I think Ken Ladder has a new set of wets now than the Fishy Motorsports 269.
Good news. Great. I have great news for everyone. There is a second safety car that's been deployed to pick up the field with wet tyres, so we'll get this one resolved in the very near future. Do you think race control are going to permit race control to tow? Will be the real question.
Race control can clear the safety car's black flag, so we can just skip a couple of corners on its way back to the pit lane when it needs to.
I mean, by the way, until any of you guys have actually sat down in a race control booth and tried to be managing things, and there was a fair few things all going on all at the same time in the middle of all that. So, whilst it's funny and it's nice to sit here and just enjoy a little bit of a light-hearted moment in the middle of all this, is because it's very busy. When that rain thumps down, all of a sudden the circuit lights up, and it's just one of the things that just can get very, very quickly forgotten about. And have a look at how wet it is, by the way.
So a disagreement between JRT and ATVO at the moment. JRT has the car in second place on wet tyres. It's got Veldon Gibbs on wet tyres. It's got Pacific Esports Racing in 8th on wet tyres. The only one that it's got on slick tyres is Peter Pavlovich and the safety car. Neither of which have been entirely safe. Here comes the second safety car on wet tyres. There we go. Okay, get that dry-tyred safety car out of here. Okay, thankfully our race leader is very wise to what is going on. Tim
I think the whole field's
Mulford
done a great job.
has wet tyres on the safety car.
Yeah, can I lodge a protest? Car 000 safety car number 2 overtaking under yellow flag conditions. Oh, I'm enjoying myself far too much. And an update to Michael Whiting, which was one of those other cars that was still circulating on wet tyres in the dry conditions, they've also dived to pit lane.
So we talked about how many cars, how quickly we're a lap down around this very short circuit. It means that as we approach waiver rounds, there is going to be many, many, many of them to do. So there are 9 cars on the lead lap and more than 30 running. So this is waiver rounds galore. The leaders are back together. TTR 29 in 3rd place, eventually going to get to the tail of the train.
When we get back to green flag racing, by the way, I'd love to grab an interview with Dan Stevens because he can tell us exactly how diabolical those conditions were. But yes, I think what he drove that safety car around should be applauded because that was incredibly difficult. So, look, the thing is, at the end of the day, you've got to sit down and enjoy it when it happens, right? If you're not laughing and enjoying yourself, you're a little bit annoyed. And I can guarantee you, our producer in the background is rapidly trying to solve problems behind the scenes and keep us images coming to the server at this point in time. Right, order is going to be Rattray White from Hayden Veld, from Jake Maloney, Rayhan Leonage, Stenberg, Colin Gilo. Probably worthwhile when we can too having a little bit of a look at the evolving weather scenario because it is evolving. There are patches where there's actually no rain at the moment, and there's one of them down at Dandenong Road right now. So this is the current weather radar. I wonder if we can get the zoomed out one and just have a little bit of a look to have a look at what's coming our way. Have a look at those patches. There are holes. What you're going to see for the remainder of this race is lap speed come back, lap speed go away, lap speed come back, lap speed go away. And if that big yellow band hits the circuit, we are in trouble. But from the moment coming from the southwest means that I reckon we're in for a couple more pockets yet, which means the heavier stuff is probably gone now. Well, Dave, there's a first for a few different things, and yeah, that's the first time. So I will say, and I think one of the bigger things that we've heard this year as well is how everyone's enjoying a bit of life being brought back to SCOPS this year with Gen 3 cars and everything. It takes a lot to run a series like this, so a lot of appreciation to everyone.
So I'm thinking this change of play, who benefits the most? Is it going to be Zach Rain White, or is it going to be Rain Campbell, or is it going to be Kobe Jones's locker?
Yeah, I like
O'Shawn Colangelo should be right at home.
Yeah. I was about to say, is this Leo Duncan or Leo Duncant? We're about to find out. Do you call it a Rain Master or a Rain King? Because Henry King's, I think, also involved in that.
That pun doesn't work because you're trying to work backwards from King, not from Rain.
Look. Don't ask Rain Campbell. I think he's left the server.
Rayhan Leonage. Options. It's going to be so tough on this restart because they have lost so much temperature out of these wets. Hayden Veld wants a bit of temp if he can get it. Luckily, the initial intensity of rain has eased, though it continues to fall.
Yeah, I think that...
So we've got either a safety car with the wrong tyres but the headlight flashes work, or one with the right tyres but the headlights don't work.
They're not prepared for this situation, are they? Confirmation from race control. At the end of this lap, we'll go back to green flag racing, and the field will be in the hands of Zach Rattray White, who has done their prep work, who went for a little bit of a softening of the bars at that pit stop.
Got Sideways Esports hitting the lane right now, and I don't mind that because you could get a new set of tyres on, fill the tank. I guess we're already within, oh no, we're an awkward number of laps to go, aren't we? Even if you fill the tank now, do not think you're making it home. Perhaps they think they can save a little bit of time. They can cut through the field on some tyres with a tiny bit more temp. Maybe that's what they're thinking.
Righto. By the way, track out there's actually got quite dark as that sun's been blocked out. And we are 3:45 p.m.
How's the angle for ZRW? My goodness, he's trying to get some temp too, in the rear tyres in particular, it seems.
Righto, safety cars pulled away from the field. And at the end of lap 106, we'll be going back to green flag racing. The track in sections, there's the sheen on it. It looks like looking into a mirror from down and up above, which is going to make it disastrous for the drivers who try and drive on. This is going to be a mirror, a reflection moment for them about who's going to win 500 kilometers of Sandown. And when the heavens have opened, when will Zach Rattray White open the throttle? He has gone for it already. And the spray starts to rise. Who is going to look for a little bit of visibility on the run down to turn number one? Where is the correct line? Who can see? Look at the wall of spray as they run down the start-finish straight. A little bit brighter at the moment. You can see a little bit. And the rain started to ease. A few drops. A hole in the clouds. And Sandown 500 has changed. It's all changed. And it's all changed in a hurry.
Decent restart, just waiting till off the final corner. Zach Rattray White gave it another 50 metres, then punched it down the long front straight. As you said, spray immediately coming up. I really liked how he went to the inside to brake. Hayden Veld went, well, I've got to do something different. Came back onto the regular racing line and didn't find a whole lot of grip to be had there. The correct line through here in the S's, and where's the right place to brake? And can you see a damn thing? ZRW still trying to stay off the racing line in all of the braking zones.
And that was Jacob O'Reilly, who went for a wild ride out the outside. There's more cars in the background that are going for a wild ride. Kobe Jones got into Jacob O'Reilly. But can you see somewhere in there, there's a field of V8 supercars. There's one goes down the inside. Is that car 216 that's managed to get back out there as well? No, it's not. My apologies. Brett Loxton we're right on board with at the moment.
With a really good run towards that race lead, putting Zach Rattray White under some pressure. We've had that driver change from both of the leading cars. Scott out, Rattray White in, Gibbs out, Veld in. Does that change how it plays out between Flips and the black ERT31 now?
I can tell you the back straightaway already cleared up massively from last lap to this lap. With that many cars clearing the water off the line, it has improved a lot up until this section of the track before you plunge down the hill. Just trying to spot where to turn in, and actually Veld turned in a little bit early, picked up the grass on the inside. Curbs, touch them if you dare. As Oscar Piastri found out in the sprint race from Interlagos. And the problem is you've got a challenge. Look at how heavily it's raining down here. It's thumping down. You get down the start-finish straight, there's a patch of clear air again.
And they're still deliberately taking different lines to each other. Rattray White doesn't mind a tight line through the corner, so long as he can brake and accelerate on the grippy part of the road. Hayden Veld's trying to take smoother inputs, big swoopy arcs, but I think it's taking him to some places that have less grip. Where's the grip braking into turn one? Zach Rattray White's still on it, but it compromises him for the very middle of the corner, and that's where Hayden Veld senses an opportunity.
He's just making a move around. He looks uncomfortable at the moment. Does Rattray White? He's got the lead of this race. He doesn't want to yield it because then he'll be in the wall of spray. Can he get the drive off of turn 4? Just about. How close does Veld get down the straight? And lap times at the moment, 1:17.6. So we've fallen off 8 seconds. They're going to go side by side. Are you kidding me? Around the outside of the crest of the hill, Veld is still there. Finally tucks back in a line. That would have been suicide. Rattray White, late on the anchors, gets it pulled up, felled sideways as they get to the apex. Maloney's in this one. And all of them crawling all over the road. Leonard just dropped back a fraction. Forget it. Trying to predict where the grip is at the moment. Trying to adjust that lines. You better have your co-driver walking his way up and down the field, looking for who the quickest driver is right now. Go and learn something. Pass it on if you can. Where do you place the car for turn 1?
Conditions are different at either end of the racetrack. Conditions are different every lap. So now suddenly it's sunny and not raining down here at 1, 2, 3, and 4. It's dark and still raining heavily at the opposite end of the racetrack. Give it 5 minutes. I reckon that'll swap. Jake Maloney suddenly seems like he's fired up his tyres. Rattray White parks on the apex of 4 and there's bumper-to-bumper contact and they're all in a line for our top 5.
They certainly are. They're all backing up towards each other. And look at it. It's gotten bright again. It's a lot brighter than it was last time by. The clouds are sort of coming and going over the racetrack. And it looks like car 17's pace might have gone off a little bit, felled all over the racetrack. There was a touch of grass on the inside. He's looking for that opportunity. He's a little bit quicker at the moment. If he gets clear, is he going to be able to skate away? He's just about into the back of 17. Looking for a go-kart line, looking to go the long way around. Leonard just dragged this thing back to the lead 3. Don't count him out. Oh, and by the way, 50 laps, 51 laps to go from here. It'll be 50 at the end of this one. There's a pit stop to come, Dave. You know, there's still a pit stop in this.
Yeah, is it a pit stop where you go back to slick tyres? Is it a pit stop that you take with 40 to go to try to get a new wet tyre undercut? But it's tough to undercut wet tyre to wet tyre because they start so cold and they need heat.
Oh, Hayden Fell just about absolutely bowled it out of here. At turn 4 on that lap, he was all crossed up and held onto it. Buys Rattray White a reprieve.
So
it's going to be on for the
away.
next 51. Go ahead.
6th and 7th here, Leo Duncan's made the move. And he'll be ahead of Sean Colangelo and Joe Jacob O'Reilly behind. So you do find just a tiny bit of clear air till you get back to this group and then it's spray, spray, spray again. Track temperature at one point today was 45 degrees Celsius. Today, right now it's 19.
It's dumping down. Absolutely.
He's got to slow down, but he hasn't cleared from back yesterday. The place is going to need to back it off in a second, and he does. Rain arrives, track temperature looks like a roller coaster. That's a great graph. Yep. You can't go there. Kobe Jones.
Somebody just skated super wide. It was Kobe Jones at turn 1. Who's now trying to desperately hang on to this car. No grip over wet grass. Trying to find out the other side. This is probably one of the trickiest spots on the track to get that car out, but he's managed to do so. Lives to fight another day.
Lives to have to serve a pretty gnarly slow down. There's a queue just back behind the Project 36 car, but I'm not seeing any big battles for position. So I think there's still some 1 lap down, 2 lap down cars. Not everyone got back on the lead lap in the wave rounds because quite a few cars were 2 or 3 laps back. Work to do. He's still a lap down. Last car on the lead lap is 17th place, William Morgan. Oh no.
And we'll manage to pull it up, get out the other side. Has that car got damage now on the left rear that we weren't seeing from before? After the steering damage that they've been struggling with all day? So he's taken over once again from Lee Ellis. So we think potentially cleared the co-driver laps from Lee Ellis on car 36. That'll be him to the end. There's another one wide at turn 1. Teo Sorono.
Heading to Springvale South.
There's mistakes left, right, and centre. Yeah.
Wide out of turn 4, so a couple of Northern Fury cars kicking the tail out. Get just a little break in the rain. The sun comes back out, but that track is sodden and will take forever to dry out. And by the time it approaches that, there's just other little patches of rain that will come through.
Issues now actually up for car 31. There might be a change on for P2. Horrible exit out of the last corner. And that has created an opportunity for Jake Maloney. They crawled their way back up to Zach Rattray White. Covers all the way to the left. But now he's going to have to brake on the left-hand side of the road. There's a big old puddle right where he's got the right-hand side tyres at the moment. Pulls it up. But Maloney's going to cross him over. They're going to bump. And bang. The rain will kick in on the run down to turn 2. They all line back up. And now it's Maloney who's all crossed up at turn 2. It is treacherous out there. Marbles to the outside of the racing line, so you just can't step wide a little bit. They're clearing, they're getting better. The puddles are definitely better than they were a couple laps ago. But driving this is not easy. You've got to hang on to the thing.
Rain intensity 0 right now. Zach Rattray White does a 116.3 last lap. We might start getting back towards the 115s or so. We're in the eye of the storm is one way of looking at it. So every single lap is different than the one before. The rain comes down and it gets slipperier, the rain stops, and eventually they pick the pace up a little bit more. Zach Rattray White has an over a 1 second lead, gets down into the 115s on that lap. And it's second, third, fourth that you've got to keep an eye on.
Moment. This is that lead battle group. Top 4 cars separated by nothing. Little break. Stenberg just skated his way into P5. And have a look at these guys all squabbling for it. And Colin Gilo. Trial by fire? No, trial by monsoon.
How many Northern Fury cars in your mirror is enough? 3 at the moment if you can see anything in your mirror's speed.
Where do you look? Where do you look? Because your eyes, you basically gotta have your eyes on a swivel. Eyes on stalks would be helpful right about now. Where do you place the
watching, which is eyes on stalks.
Look at how wet it is. How much rain down the front straightaway. Although there was no rain down at Dandenong Road that lap.
Yeah, the
Puddles.
eyes moved, so now we're back into the rain, and it's coming from the southwest, so it stops raining and then starts raining again. Turn 1 is where it starts from and resumes from.
Now it's actually going to be car 458. Barndell got down the inside of Jacob O'Reilly at turn 1. He'll lift out. Let that one go on by. All still squabbling for it. Bell is still desperately trying to hang on to car number 31 at the moment. But they're starting to fall back touch from Zach Rattray White.
Riley with a slowdown. It's happening every time they go through the S's. One car will, step wide or have a slide and need to save themselves, but eventually they clear very quickly in these conditions. Still got Anderson trying to unlap himself, so he's got mega speed. Again, is the first car 1 lap down.
We'd love to see another safety car in these conditions. It's every chance of happening. And that's Jacob O'Reilly just recognising, I'm not in this one at the moment, and just about bowls a wide at turn 1. Manages to pull it up somehow. Sorono and Kobe Jones will skate on through as well. So Anderson has got supreme speed right now. What did you just run in terms of lap time?
The answer to that would be a 16.2, but he was surrounded by a bunch of cars that were battling each other, doing sort of 118s. Your leader, Zach Rattray White, got down into the 115s. Last lap, 116.3. Hayden Veld and Jake Maloney get down into the 115s. So what was a 1.5 second race lead, Hayden Veld has now eaten into. Is this a difference in tyre wear? Is this a difference in wet setup? Is this a difference in the pressures? Oh no, for Veld at the round.
Veld's finally gone, so the rear end of the car is finally let go. Does he get a tap? And now he's going to have to recover. So he'll slide. That's 5th spot that just went through. That's 6th. He'll slide to 6th. Manages to hang on to it. Colangelo's the next car through. Don't think Colangelo will catch by the time it's turn 1. By the way, lapped cars are coming back as well. Leaders will be into lap traffic in the near future.
Immense pressure. Seeing if the slipstream has any power in the wet conditions, I feel like it's almost sort of exaggerating the extra tyre rolling resistance. The slipstream does exist in the wet.
Be a little bit blind and pop out the other side. Really good opportunity for Hayden Veld to show exactly what speed he's got. Hearing that something's happened a little bit deep in the field because there'll be highlights just about running off everywhere. Have a look at the car that misses down and on road. Skates back on. Spielbeck goes around on his own.
Curb at the apex. Well, Pepperell was missing his rear bumper, and that's why.
Yeah, so that one's just been called in. So they'll have a look at that one. Hayden Veld just ran a 16.294, and he's just caught Stenberg. And I think Stenberg's actually going to lift and just let him go. He's not interested.
Do you lean more or less in the wet? My thinking is you lean less. And we're about to find out. Yeah, I think checks out. Still, it's just like reactions to everything. You give the car an input, you see what it does. Sometimes it does what you don't, you correct it. Or it's not doing enough, you've got to give it more. They're very tough in these circumstances. And with 41 laps to go, if you fueled your car now, you'd make it to the end, but you'd need to gamble on the track staying very wet and the set of tyres you go to being the right tyres to go to the end as well. So I think everyone will probably still push it quite a bit later.
Well, for the next hour and a half, all I can see is 100% chance of rain, and the radar sort of matches that. There is a pocket that's just sort of lurking.
Closes up as it gets closer to the racetrack. So I reckon we'll spend the rest of the race just in that sort of green intensity of rain. There's a bit of yellow on us right now, so it's coming down heavy at turn 1 once again, a rain intensity of 50, where we've been sitting around 20 or so. They're countering less grip than they were expecting. That's Jake Maloney's second place. Running off the road, Rehan Leonage just saves a lurid slide but keeps it on the track. It's Colangelo cutting the corner. Kobe Jones cutting the corner.
On the last lap by about over half a second. So he has got speed, he's just not been able to get into a position where he can get by and show it. We might see him disappear if he does so, but how about the battles that are deeper down here? Colangelo covers. Josh Anderson is looking to unlap himself, and it just checks the whole pack up. Cork in the bottle, might be cork in the O'Sheen at this point in time. In these conditions, struggle street for a lot of cars. Anderson's going to get to the inside, at turn 1. Kobe Jones bowls a wide, trips over, and around goes Colin Gilo, and around goes Anderson as well.
3 cars off the road, 3 cars backwards. Rolly, I think, sneaks through. Yeah, I mean, for Colangelo, you've got a car that's trying to unlap itself. So in my head, I'm like, let them go. But at the same time, there's cars you're battling for position around you, and if you back off too much, you might lose some of the other spots that you care about. So it's a big risk when you see Josh Anderson a lap down to try to not yield him what he wants. But on the other side of the coin, if you've ended up a lap down, you've got to be careful trying to unlap cars. You owe them more respect even than cars you're battling for position with.
And I can tell you right now that continuing on from that, car 36 is having a lot of problems trying to pull that car up at the moment. What does Veld run? Veld runs a 15.6. He was 1.1 seconds faster than our race leader, who was 0.6 faster than P3. Veld is going to drive back up to these guys in a couple laps.
Yeah, fastest car out on track, and it's not by a couple of tenths, it's by seconds, basically, versus
only car in the 15s. Absolute only car in the 15s. At this point in time, we go through a little bit of a lighter patch in the weather, but there's heavy rain on the back end of what's hitting the track at the moment. It could. The problem is the storm cell is just building, and it's either dry patch or heavy rain. Nothing in between. It's just forming as it gets to the racetrack. Conditions are changing massively. You saw Veld try and pull the car up.
Made a big corner cut, but he's mostly enough gotten away with it as he laps the Pacific Esports racing car. Still did lose time in the overall though, because he's now 7 seconds behind the race lead. Before that corner, he was about 6.5. Big ebbs and flows happening quickly, corner by corner, more than just lap by lap.
See the puddles on the main straight. It's most of the straight now. It's gotten heavier on the main straight. That is a lot more rain than was there just recently. It's like ice at turn 1. How many years have we seen this? How many years from Sandown does the weather play a major part? And in 2025, it comes to V8SCOPS on your championship Sunday.
It's getting closer up front. Something from Zach Rattray White has just caused the pace to drop away. There was a moment that he was getting away from everyone. I think they've figured him out a little bit, and if they did do some kind of a setup or pressure change for that race leading car that made them quick on the restart, it's gone away from them now 23 laps into this stint. Jake Maloney closing in on him, looking at Ray Leonage in third, Hayden Veld in the background. Cuts the S's again on another lap. Okay. Oh, lead change.
There's been a lead change, is there? No.
Maloney's got to slow down. Maloney's cut the final chicane. That's gotten him right alongside Zach Rattray White. But surely he'll have to yield this.
Well, he's skating his way onto turn 1, and he's skating his way off the track at turn 1. So he runs wide, as does Rattray White. So even the race leaders are struggling in these conditions, and the heaviness of the rain, I think, is what's causing, because it's just all of a sudden dumping down again. Rain intensity's back to 55%. It wasn't raining a couple minutes ago. It's thumping down.
So this cost Maloney big time. It's going to cost him like a second and a half. It's going to put him under pressure from Rayhan Leonard rather than pressuring Zach Rattray White, who maybe didn't have the speed, but he kept the car on the correct parts of the road. And that's so tough there to be braking, changing direction, wet curves, downshifts, mirror finish on the road across the whole width of the road. There isn't a dull racing line. The whole thing is just reflective.
Down this end of the racetrack, it's 40% sort of rain intensity. At the other end, it's into the 60s at this point in time. I can tell you, heavy clouds hitting the circuit down at turn 1, 2, 3, and 4 at this point in time. But at this end of the racetrack, it's a little bit lighter. And then you get into these puddles. Navigating this, the conditions are treacherous at best. Another car off. Robbie Bradbury's gone straight on at turn 1. That's a lap car. They're out of the way. And it's getting darker. You just noticed that? The circuit just got a lot darker.
And when you rejoin like that, you don't get the slowdown penalty that Jake Maloney had. He went from the outside of turn 1 all the way to turn 3. Big damage, no headlights on Van Dell. As he maybe pinched a rear braking for turn 1 and pitched into one of the walls either side of the braking zone for turn 1 if you just have a massive rear lock-up. Like this.
I can tell you Rattray White's blocking everywhere at the moment. So the car's clean on the run at turn 1. Yep, go ahead. Bang. Grabbed him on the teammate. Yeah, so I can tell you there's a battle on for the race lead. Maloney's caught. We need to go back to live pictures at this point in time. It was Leah Duncan that they drove into the back of. But it's to the inside at turn 1. Maloney's gotten up this far before, and he's going to lean on him and run him out of real estate at turn 1, and he'll have to yield, and Maloney does that immediately. So he gives that spot straight back. Is this the pressure, though, of the lap times Veld's throwing in? Because he's still much, much faster than the rest of them at the moment. Skillbeck all over the road is a lap car in the middle of all of this. It comes, it goes, it thumps down. What does this look like in a straight line? Rattray White has got a Trans-Tasman Racing 29 to his inside. And Maloney pulls alongside. New race leader. For how long? He leans on him. He just leans on him. He unsettles him in the braking zone, but he pulls the car up. Now is he going to get a shot in the rear bar? Who's going to pull it up when they get down here to Dandenong Road? Maloney gets it on the line. Lap car off on the right-hand side. Michael Whiting. Everyone skates out the other side.
Leonardo 2 seconds behind this. Hayden Veld's come from 6 seconds back to only 3.2 seconds back. As it's a solid battle here, too much curve at the apex of the final quarter almost for Maloney. Gets him a bit sideways, trying to get good traction to cement this lead down the long front straight.
If he can pull it up at turn 1, he should have the race lead. He has, he's got out the other side, so he's doing okay. But now, Hayden Veld starts to close in on the cars up ahead. He took a second over the lot of them on that most recent lap. Yeah, sure, they were fighting, but Leonage wasn't. And he still took a second out of Leonage. Have a look at the bomb at turn 1 as well. Another car running wide, trying to pull it up.
The grass is super slippery. I think the gravel actually gives you a bit more grip than you expect in these conditions, but the grass will not. The runoff where no one's clearing the water will not.
We're in heavy rain, by the way. Heavy rain the entirety of the circuit.
Second, third, fourth, condensing rapidly as Zach Rattray White remains under pressure with Rehan Leonage and Hayden Veld catching him.
Have a look at the rain that's forming around the track at this point in time. It's just yellow. And again, the mirror sheen surface, it's everywhere at the moment on this place.
Try the rain when we were within that pocket of no rain, surrounded on all sides by rain. Now we're in the heavy rain, surrounded on all sides by light rain.
At the moment, good luck trying to keep the car on the on. Again, there's only one car in the 15. Sorry, there's 2 cars in the 15. He's in the lead group now by 14 thousandths of a second. Car 29, Jake Maloney, down in the 1 minute 15s. We're going to get an awesome stoush to the end. Stenberg's fallen 12 seconds back off the rest of these guys at the moment. That's how treacherous it's been. There's 4 cars up the front with speed, pulling away.
When you get the wide angle, you see how heavy the rain is coming down. The long camera angles quite heavy, so zoom out. You can spot exactly how intense that rain looks. So this is second, third, and fourth. What line has the grip now that the track is absolutely saturated? Puddles forming, and the rain coming down quicker than any big group of cars could clear it off the racing line. Rattray White's middle of the road. Leonage kind of follows him. whatever line Hayden Veld's been taking, I don't know if it's consistent or it's reliable and it's quick.
Another car off. I think it's Billy Moll. Veld was looking for a hole at turn 2. I think he's just trying to unsettle Rehan Leonage at this point in time. Because I think that's what it's going to take to get by. You're just going to get in that car's mirrors and make him make a bad decision about where to place the car. Because if you miss it by a meter, you're missing it by a mile at the moment. Now it's going to be Veld to the outside. Leonage just lets him go. He wants none of this. He recognises this is happening, whether or not he wants to fight for it. Lap times will hold
to the S's, but Veld just keeps it on the road. He looked like he was out a little bit wide and sideways, but everyone does when it's this slippery.
Now they're coming to traffic. Now they're coming into traffic. Does the traffic present an opportunity for Hayden Veld? Cars diving into pit lane. They will try and get their final pit stops of the day done. Jack Andrews on car 96. Yes, there is a pit stop we have to do in the middle of all this, so don't count your chickens before they hatch. Another car wide. It's a car that's just come out of the pit lane. Alan Mazzarelli's going to do his best to just get out of everyone's way. It's a great job by car 04. Zach Rattray White is on the rear bumper of Justin McLean. He's going to have to dive down the inside at turn 4 because that is what he needs to use as his defense. This battle started 20 laps ago when we went back to green flag. Now they're back together again. Veld has got speed in the wet. There is no denying that at this point in time. This place owes him 1, owes him 2, owes him 10 with the luck he's had. And now Rattray White's on the anchors and out of control. Pulls it up somehow.
Speedway, tail out, breaking it into the corner. Managed to stop it enough, but it shows the pressure that he's under. Veld has closed 6 seconds to him to be right on his bumper. The traffic's not necessarily doing Zach Rattray White the favours that he'd like either. Most of them are pretty good. You can only do what you can do in these conditions as well. The funny thing is, you go to flash your headlights and it just means your headlights go off for a second.
Don't need them for visibility just yet. It's not that dark. Another car's going to dive out of the way. The traffic's doing the supreme. I have to applaud that. The traffic is doing a great job at the moment, just to do its best to get out of the way. Leonage might have just actually had a... Rather than applauding it, Leonage might have had a problem. Jaden Greentree's the next one.
Just being
Project 36 car.
Won that Project 36 car as well. So it was trailing not just water, but marbles and dust onto the racetrack.
You normally get that line of mud feeding back on at turn 3 at Sandown in these conditions, don't you? Or cars beached between 1 and 3. And it's at that point in time the grass would be slick as anything. 2 seconds now down the road. Jake Maloney is trying to run off with it. There's a car off at the last corner. It's Henry King. Henry King might be stuck. We might have a safety car. No, he's got gears and he's rolling.
Josh Anderson's got a black flag. Has that been given to him by race control? It has. Okay, this is a big moment. Rattray White just blows turn 1. Hayden Veld stays on the track. He's not going to blow turn 1. He's going to blow turn 2 at 3, and there's dramas down at 3. The track's half blocked there.
Rattray White ends up rejoining right behind him. But Jake Maloney's lead advantage has been slashed. We've got a car stuck as well. There's a car stuck over the crest at Dandenong Road. Mazzarelli's just going to try and get out of the way. And the problem is, right now, look, there's the track. I don't think we're going to get an opportunity to show it at this point in time. But there's no hole for them to jump out of the way. Josh Ellis has a penalty of some description. I thought I saw the Hayden Veld down there on the other one.
Well, Dragon Ball Z, they didn't do a complete fusion there. It's Josh Anderson and Lee Ellis. But yeah, they've been given a penalty by race control. So while they've been racing and trying to unlap themselves, we've got a black flag to serve, and you can only wait so many laps before taking that drive-through.
We're going to try and get car 04 out of the way. They might be able to get it behind a fence, and we might stay green.
Yeah, lots of things happening at once, of course, with this chaos. If that Alan Mazzaroli car is backed down the runoff, I think we'll stay green. Anderson just doing his work.
That we were talking about Project 36 car a couple laps ago, being around between turn 3 and turn 4. It was 981 with Harry Dodds on board. Sorry, my apologies. He's chatting with race control at the moment. Leo Duncan's
pulled a second out of the race leader. So what? Now he's gone past Phoenix Racing Team. He's gone past Eclipse. Now heading back towards the race lead. There's one way you can get slowdown penalties.
That was Rattray White bailing out at turn 1 just in the background. And then that was actually race leader 29, I think, right in the middle of all of that.
Veld also had to make a dodge, and because Zach Rattray White was off the road, he actually had a clean shot past it. Just how the car drives in the wet, has he got a bit of damage? He's looking across the mirrors, trying to get out the way.
This is just treacherous at the moment as they're trying to punch through the last of the laps. It is heavy rain intensity, and the track is very wet at the moment. That's the only descriptive that'll talk about it. Monsoons, puddles everywhere. Car 97 picks itself up a drive-through penalty for that contact we just saw the replay of. How's Leo Duncan doing? On board 890. It took about half a second out of Stenberg on the most recent lap, so he's trending in the right directions. That's not the car ahead for position, that is the 981 that was around just before. So he'll clear the lap traffic, and then it'll Stenberg 3 seconds or so down the road. He's got to try catch and pass. And teammate in behind, and Teo Serrano as well. Margin for the race lead, under a second now. How good has the wet weather been? How good has the wet weather been? It has spiced this race up.
And even before it started raining, it was kind of driving a strategy because everyone could look at the radar and the weather forecast and be certain that rain was coming. So we saw some teams sort of bring one of their pit stops early so that they then have a little bit more fuel on board when it came time to make the change to wets.
That was Aaron Gilbert that was just off the road, just trying to get out of the way of the leaders, and that was right in front of Jake Maloney. Rejoined alongside. That was a tricky moment. Right, what's left of this one? End of 135, start of 136. 26 to go as they cross the start-finish line. One more pit stop left. They've been out there on this set of tyres for about 36 laps. So they'll be due sometime in the next 10. Got ourselves a battle for the race lead, a battle for P3 as well. Somebody else out wide at turn 1. It's Van Del. Did they get that car repaired? It looks like they got that car slightly repaired and back out there. Still sits in 15th place.
The leader's now 37 laps since their last pit stop, and we know that the fuel range was maybe sort of 45, 47 laps in the dry. Just a tiny bit more in the wet, plus the safety car. But yeah, you're really only going 10 or so more laps before you've got to stop again and then go through the wet tyre warm-up anew on an entirely sodden racetrack. I take back what I said about the gravel offering some grip in the wet. Neither the gravel nor the grass nor the curbs seem to offer any grip in the wet.
And it's gotten really, really dark out there now as well. Would you believe it? The humidity's only 95%?
I said that earlier too. I'm not sure that's quite how it works. Lienage in. New wet tyres.
Ooh.
Okay, so that's a strategy for some interest. Such as the field spread in these conditions as well. Just like, okay, I'll go in, take a bit of fuel, put a new set of wet tyres on. Still eighth.
Yeah, it's just been diabolical conditions.
They're going to be tough, though, those new tyres for 2 or 3 laps.
Lead's starting to split up, cars starting to come in for their final pit stops of the day. I think at this point in time, there's that much wet out there, you'd rather have fresher tyres.
Zach Rattray White is also going to stop, so then first and second, do they need to respond to it? If Eclipse Sim Sports think it's the way to go, is to get to the new set of wet tyres earlier, then will we get an earlier reaction from Evolution Racing Team 31 and TTR 29? That's about as miserable as it's ever looked down that end of the racetrack.
Yeah. Yeah, it's been heavy for a while, very, very heavy for a while. So I was thinking about 55 to 60% for probably the last 10 minutes everywhere around the track, whereas we've had patches before. It's finally starting to ease off across towards turn 1 and turn 2.
Given how it looks, the last lap of a 1:15.8 from Jake Maloney is very impressive, because there were times that the track looked better, and that was the kind of lap time people were doing. So how much of an influence does the weight of fuel have on the lap times in the wet compared to in the dry? Because sometimes you do get this sort of magical second wind on a set of tyres right at the end of the fuel burn in the dry, but I just don't imagine the same thing happening in the wet as much.
I can tell you, after all the misery that's happened to Josh Anderson today, it all started on lap 1. That car's day is now over. Car 36 is back in the pit lane. This was... Lee Ellis has actually just gotten behind the wheel, but this is him just jumping out of the way of the leaders, basically. They were on their way through.
To do it more tactically than that looks like a problem. Unless the grass is that slippery. Pit entry, pit lane speed limit starts all the way back there. I think they were done. I think they decided they were done. 2 Vermilion cars come in to a new set of wet tyres. Jake Maloney stays out, 1:16.1. Hayden Veld stays out of the gravel. This is going to be a lap a little slower than the 1:16 he did the lap prior.
Is it a dimension in front of that car, though?
Flying lap on his new
Yeah,
set
there
of
is.
tyres is 17.8.
Car 31 did just find the fence just a few moments ago, which is why it was in the gravel and trying to get its way back out of the gravel when we caught up with it. It is doing everything it possibly can to stay ahead, and this is the moment, up and over those curbs in the wet, lightly into the well, a little bit more than lightly into the barrier, but A-okay
Pure ice,
for now.
all 4 tyres locked up. No change of speed from leaving the track to getting to the wall. So now Zach Rattray White gets his first flying lap on the new set of wet tyres, and it's a 1:18. So if you go to a new set of wet tyres, don't expect it to pay you back in the first 3 laps. Expect it to pay you back after 4 or 5. See,
He's in the midst of traffic as well, which is not helping Car 17's cause. The thing will be, is it better off, you're right, to be on those warmer wets? Will the tyres fade as well?
The numbers don't suggest so just yet, because the two quickest cars on circuit are Jake Maloney and Hayden Veld, 42 and 41 lap old, wet tyres. So it's put Hayden Veld, that mistake we saw, 8 seconds behind the race lead, so it makes things far more comfortable for Jake Maloney about the timing of when he chooses to make his next stop, because he has a bit more of a buffer.
This has just been really, really interesting all day long. By the way, our race leaders just caught a huge pack of lap traffic. And I got to be honest with you, I'd be bailing. I'd be just jumping to the pit lane because it is thick traffic that he has just caught.
I see the desire, and I think they're going to react to the Scott Rankin strategy. Maloney's in from the race lead. Does Veld follow?
Well, he's got a little bit of free air just ahead of him. So car 31 will take the race lead for now, pending pit stops.
If he gets 2 laps of overcut, then that could be very good for the 31, just to get 1 or 2 laps of overcut on these warm tyres.
How much fuel does he have as well?
It says slick tyres have just gone on Maloney's car. It says slicks on the 29. That must be a mistake, right? Like, is it a mistake on the timing, or is it a mistake from the team? Because my JRT has been completely rock solid today.
You're kidding me. There's a car backwards out of turn 4. It's Lee Ellis. So Lee Ellis did get in on board car 36. The car 36 is not done for the day, but right now it's not facing the right direction.
It's got an engine though, because the rain light's red, not yellow. We'll just reverse all the way to the top of the hill, I reckon.
There's no hole in the traffic.
Just keep reversing.
He might get one. Might get one now. Oh, he's still backing up. They're going to have to do something. They're eventually just going to have to pull the pin. And the problem is, there's no real major gap on the racetrack to get this car spun around. There's a massive wall of cars that are coming out this at the moment. Jason Benz is going to go toe-to-toe with Mazzaroli. There's a situation that's just unfolding. And they have managed to clear car 36. So it is rolling at the moment down the back straightaway. So it will not be a safety car. How have we managed to avoid that? What's the lap times been for Veld? 16.1. Very good.
Leonage 16.8, so those tyres are fired up after, like, on lap 7. And Jake Maloney's completed another lap, so whatever tyres are on that car, he's happy with them. So it probably is wets on the number 29.
You just wonder, Maloney's come out, he's gone in because he didn't want to hit a wall of traffic. He's come out and he's hit a wall of traffic. At the moment, this is going to be absolutely destroying his race for Jake Maloney. He's going to try and get to the inside and get one picked off into the chicane here. He needs to do this. The problem is, with the conditions, the risk level that Jake Maloney's taking to win this race right now is extreme. And this race will hinge on how he navigates these next 3 cars. Because if he clears them, he's in the clear.
So 9 and 28 seconds lost was the pit and the in and out lap. But 1.5 seconds lost is a true comparison. Hayden Veld staying out, running long versus Jake Maloney, came in early, new tyres, still fighting for life to put temperature into them.
and trying to clear traffic in the middle of all of this. Billy Mole will jump to the left-hand side. He'll try and pick him off in car 66 on the straight. He'll slide it through the kink on the straight because there's just puddles everywhere. And he tries to line him up. Aaron Gilbert's trying to jump out of the way. So traffic navigated. That was critical. That was important for the race. Veld is going to come in. Has the traffic changed the race? Is Hayden Veld going to lead at the final pit stop? Or is Bud's bad, very no good track drama continuing for another year?
Shouldn't be a particularly long stop for Hayden Veld because they filled that thing with fuel the previous time and they only need fuel to go 17 more laps.
And you'll see car 29 emerge from the mist. It's gone. And Veld's now going to overtake all of this traffic as he emerges from the pit lane. So it's close.
That's actually a pretty big advantage for Maloney to have warmer tyres, be 3 seconds further up the road. Hayden Veld versus Kobe Jones versus Zach Rattray White is the issue. Not really versus Kobe Jones, who needs another stop. He's a lot closer to Rattray White than he is to Maloney, which is not what he wants. He's got no tyre temperature just yet. Those other guys have been through that phase. Did they overfuel the 31 just by a little bit?
Perhaps Maloney just had a touch more saving on his side earlier on. Perhaps the speed coming from 31's on par with a little bit higher burn on the fuel. There's a car off that I'll get down here. It's Mazzaroli's return to the racetrack onboard car 04. 2 more lap cars to get out of the way. One of them's Billy Mole. He jumped out of the way nice and early for Jake Maloney. Jordan Mazzaroli drives up the 6th spot. Yeah. There is indeed 2 in the field. Kobe Jones will dive to pit lane and pull the pin on that one. Where will he rejoin? I tell you what, Hayden Veld's pace actually doesn't look all that bad. He looks like he's firing up those tyres a fair bit quicker than the guys just in front of him.
Well, it was almost getting to the point where you think about not taking new wet tyres. If there was only 5 laps to go, you'd be like, well, this is a splash and dash. But with 15 to go, I think you have to go to a new set. Is this issue I've got on my timing? Perhaps it getting confused by them not changing tyres. Could Maloney and Veld have both stayed on their wet tyres? Veld was further behind Maloney than I would have thought, even with the difference in the pit stop time. And both of them have gone basically as late as they possibly could to take their final stop.
You would bleed some time out of the tyres as well as sitting static in pit lane. They would cool off a fraction. So they might have left them on for a 15-lap dash to the end. What are you going to try and do with the speed? Are you going to try and pull it up? Sebastian Vandel bowls a wide right in front of our race leader. Kurt Stenberg's popped back out 6th with Andre Heimgartner. They will be very happy with that day on board car 47.
So we're left with just 13 cars on the lead lap. There's Alan Mazzaroli again in an awkward spot in the final sector. Kobe Jones looks like new tyres, looks like cold. Tao Sirona's got 7 laps of temperature into his and looks way more confident in this battle for 7th place. Who's off there?
There's just another car.
Going straight, maybe. Let's go driver Billy Mole. Look at that Kobe Jones traction out of turn 4 and the lack of any reliable bite when the tyres don't have warmth and it's cold tyre on cold, wet track. You need to do that a couple more laps before you've got the confidence returned. So inside of the top 10, you've still got Fishy Motorsports 269 and Project 36 152 that need to make another stop, but everyone else has stopped in the last 10 or so laps, taking the fuel that will get them to the end of 161 laps of Sandown. And right on, Q Mazzarolo is in from just ahead of this group, so they will move up another spot.
Margin
sixth,
back to
Jones to seventh.
Stenberg too. Worthwhile pointing out that front four have just bolted to the tune of 30 seconds down the road, and they're still strung out in this final run of the flag. Can you believe we've only had one safety car to this point in time as well? Car around at the final corner. It's Lee Ellis in car 36 again. He's just not enjoying the wet conditions, and that's just bought Jake Maloney an extra second. Another car goes skating on through out the other side. We're in Bradbury with Blake Urquhart on board that car.
Well,
the problem is that spinning car.
Name. It's not.
Yep. I guess Lawford will rejoin. I think he's one of the final cars to make a stop. Remember when car 152 was running up inside the top 10? They did a great job for the bulk of the day. Unfortunately, the last hour and a half's not gone their way.
Someone's out there at turn one. Uh-oh. Is there an incident limit? Did they get their previous drive-through penalty off an incident limit? No, okay.
At the moment, Lee Ellis is trying to continue on the car 36, very bent car. And reminder for that car, they've had bent steering since lap 1, turn 1. Wrong place, wrong time, unfortunately. And it's just been a day of just trying to hang on ever since. 11 laps to go. Hayden Veld's going to need to make up about 4.5 tenths a lap. Or 12 laps, my apologies. 12 laps to go. The final race of the year. It's going to need a big drive from here, unfortunately.
So I'm seeing 3 cars left that need to make a final stop, but other than that, we're mostly just splashing our way to the checkered flag. 5-second race lead for Maloney versus Veld. Oh, that's way off the road. Didn't we see a TCR car end up there at one point a couple of years ago? Like, it's happened. And smoke. It's damaged the engine, and I think they've just... Ooh.
Car will be done for the day. We'll see the finish line. That engine is looking a lot worse for wear, unfortunately, for Aaron Gilbert. There was a gain for car 31. That gain was 1/10 of a second and no more. And he needs to make significantly more inroads than that. Get it done. This is the battle for 5th, 6th and 7th. It's all come together in the closing laps.
Serrano just went so wide, and it puts him back from pressuring Kurt Stenberg and makes him worried about Kobe Jones, who's got the newest tyres that have now come up to a little bit of temperature. So after the pain from earlier on, Kobe Jones looks pretty good on 4-lap old tyres. Got a bit of pressure, got a bit of temperature, looking for 6th place.
You know, we're back to only 10 cars on the lead lap. Such has been the pace of our race leaders in the wet. And the interesting thing as well is have a look at that top 4. Maloney, Myers, Veld, Gibbs, Ratro White, James Scott, Leonage, Hampstead. Effectively 4 outfits, although there's probably a little bit of co-work between car 79 and car 29. I'd say the setups have probably trended in the right direction a little bit. But I think what needs to be said is at the end of this one, anyone who does make the checkered flag deserves, honestly, to pat themselves on the back, because the conditions in the last hour have been diabolical. Let alone these guys. How are they racing around at speeds they are up front?
The rain arrived and then it refused to go away. So it's just been consistently like this. And getting increasingly dark as we race later into the afternoon as well, just to go along with it.
Nearly done now. Inside of the final 10 laps left to run. Jake Maloney leads, and that lead has blown out to over 5.5 seconds. He looks set to take one alongside of Brady Myers. And on a day where he's going to become series champion, he'd love to cap it off with a win. Change to Gen 3 hardware has really suited Jake Maloney. It's been good to see him back in form.
Serrano has another meal of braking at the end of the straight. He looked so good, and then just as he needed to brake and tip it in, it wobbles. Kobe Jones was all over him again. Kurt Stenberg was released again, and that's the point of the track Serrano's struggling with. He seems like he's quick in like traction out of the slow corners, but just that high speed braking and turning a couple laps in a row has not gone well for him. Can you see where we're going?
No, absolutely not.
Once we like get right up next to the wall, I think I can see it in my peripheral vision. Yeah, that's difficult. That's very challenging. It's 17 for these drivers in this battle. Well, Jake Maloney with his webbed feet does 1 minute 15.5s, 2 laps in a row, going 1.5 seconds quicker than this. Stenberg got really held up by the traffic, I think, twice now. Serrano remains close to him, but we're about to get to the point where I think he's struggled. Yeah, he backs off just a bit early. Which was the smart thing to do, the intellectual move for sure.
This is going to be troubling to the end of the race. And have a look at Stenny. Do you reckon he's got any thoughts that he might be on camera at the moment? No, because he's in the middle of a battle for his life. 8 laps to run from Sandown. And right now it probably feels like about 8,000.
Oh, he's got his face and his thumbs up for the fans, but then he's got his game face, his race face, and we are fully locked into that mode. Serrano sandwiched in the middle here. Looked like Kobe Jones got a little bit closer as well. This could play out in absolutely any way conceivable. So I think less lean angle from Stenny, but the knuckles were a bit whiter than usual as he tries to grip the wheel in high pressure moments like that.
Colin Gilo's going to get run down potentially by Jason Bentz as well at the back end. Brett Loxton's looking like he's tracked down Sebastian Vandel as well, so those are 2 other battles. Just looking to think about in the back of your mind. Here comes Serrano though. He's going to show that nose, poke it out from beneath the spray to see if he can see anything. Stenberg runs it a touch wide. At the top of the hill. All of them hang on to it. Serrano goes to apply the power and the rear end just does not comply.
Inside this top 10, it's Kurt Stenberg who's got the most positions gained on the race. Remembering they started out at 12th. Andre Heimgartner charged up towards a top 5. Serrano bad exit from the final corner. There's apparently a car length there. Car width to try to get down the inside, but not to brake and turn.
No, and Kobe Jones got forced across and found only the yellow line on the inside of the racetrack. At least I think it was yellow. I could barely see it. Under all the spray. So he actually loses 8th spot as well. He falls back to 8th spot as a result of that one. Car 111 blocks him all the way to the inside of the racetrack. So I'll have a look at it. I'll have a look if there's anything doing, and that buys Stenberg another break. Kobe Jones, co-driver Jackson Rayhana was filthy just a few moments ago. Very disappointed, but that's racing. It'll be put into the hands of the stewards and they'll do what they can. For Kobe Jones, he's just got to try and get the head back down and see if he can't catch Leo Duncan in the dying stages.
How's your Movember going, Scott?
Not that good.
They're already braking as the pinch happens, so Kobe Jones is probably going to argue that he moved under brakes potentially because you look to pull out, the gap's closing, but now you've committed to it, and there's another move. Yeah, I don't like the second move, but that's race control to decide. But for Kobe Jones, it kind of feels like, all right, we're heading into the braking zone, there's a lane open, and then just as you're committed to trying to break down the inside there, it's shut on you. Fairly or unfairly, not for me to decide.
Could you imagine if we get a safety car here? Bathurst all over again. That would just create a little bit more drama on ice. V8 SCOPS on ice. Bound your way with all the drama that you need. Buy your concessions at the concession stand. Popcorn, please. I'll take a drink too. At the end of this one, it's been a long, long day. 7:55 p.m. daylight savings time. 7 p.m. in Queensland. If you're in New Zealand, it's ranging in on 10 p.m. On the western side of the country, much more palatable. 5 p.m. over there.
No, this feels like the kind of spectacle where you buy your ticket and it includes dinner in the show. Way off the road there in this battle.
And still on this little battle as well. To the end of the race. Down the front straight away and on the angle into turn 1. Not easy to pull it up between Vandell and Loxton. Yep.
Just beginning to come under pressure from Jason Bence, but Bence has been off the road somewhere between turn 1 and 4 and has to back off just a little bit. Again, of course, they're working their way through traffic. And these are some of the first cars off the lead lap. Relentless as it's all been. Hello, rapid fifth.
And there's car 81. Around, yep. And awkwardly placed. Will they get that Sapstead car out of there? There was a train of cars on their way down there. That was nearly quite awkward.
Millimetre from being high-started on the curb and not getting out of there as well. That's why once he committed to going, he had to keep going. He's like, I can't get stuck on this curb even if I'm half blocking the racetrack, unfortunately.
For Sebastian Vandell, that is Brett Loxton right in behind his rear wing. So with a couple to go, and with conditions, realistically, they've improved, but they've improved by nothing towards the back end of this. He's going to be under pressure for the last couple laps of the day. Under 3 laps left to run. Oh, now it's going to be Loxton who goes skating across. Turns 3.
Vandell hits that curb on the outside of 4 and loses a little bit of time, but Loxton's still got to serve his to slow down. He's got 12 lap newer tyres, and I wonder if that plays a little bit of the difference here, is if just 12 laps newer means your wet tyres are just cutting through a little nicer. Bence has got close again. 9.5 as the traffic ahead. Just some clean driving right now in the black and green. Halfway a teammate to Bensonborg, or not?
Don't necessarily think so. Stewards have had a look at that move into turn 1, and Teo Serrano is going to walk away with 10-second time penalty to finish the race, which means that it's going to take something from Stenberg to make this battle mean anything. Stenny should just let him go now that he knows there's a 10-second time penalty, surely. He won't want to fight this. Jake Maloney, though, it is the journey out of the final corner. He will take the white flag. There will be one more lap left in this one for our race leaders. He's had it. He's not really been able to take his foot off the accelerator for the final run. He's had to still keep putting pressure in, putting times in. But now he might take a breath. 7.3 seconds. All he's got to do is keep the thing on the island and he's A-OK. Veld, story of what might have been. If he'd have gotten clear of car 17 at any stage, he might have just disappeared in the sunset. That was the battle that they had to manage today. Teo Serrano is going to get down the inside of Kurt Stenberg. And again, Stenny. Yeah, just think better of that one. You don't need to find that. And Jason Bence has also gotten through. And Colin Gilo. Finally, Jake Maloney, after a long, long journey, Sandown 500 in the slip, in the slide, and he'll bookend the season. Gen 3 Supercars. For the first time for V8SCOPS, Jake Maloney's your champion and takes a 500 victory on the way out the door.
Feld crosses the line in second. Eclipse, who led so much of the first half of this race in the dry, looked like Zach Rattray White's going to come home for third. You can do all the donuts for all the time in that runoff, but it's too wet to put on a smoke show.
And he's going to enjoy it, at least celebrate with lighting up some rear tyres. Rattray White will crawl home for P3. Leonage in fourth. And reminder, 10-second penalty for Serrano means that this battle will not matter in terms of where they finish.
It's going to cost Serrano 2 spots, though, at the moment.
Is he out of fuel? I think Teo Serrano's out of fuel.
That's going to cost him a couple of spots. It's going to put him to probably the last car on the lead lap then.
Yeah, he's out of fuel for sure. Onboard car 111. And that is the Sandown 500 and the season for V8SCOPS. Oh boy. On a cold, cold Victorian day. And whilst the B-roll footage looked sunny and supreme in the background, it was not so out on the racetrack. Jake Maloney will take the race win from Hayden Veld by 9 seconds in the end. Zach Rattray White home in P3. That car led a lot of laps today and had an opportunity. Speed in the wet was just a problem for them today. Rehan Leonage home in P4. Fell at the final hurdles, unfortunately, not really able to make any time. Kurt Stenberg will stay on the lead lap, come home P3. Leo Duncan will, P5. Leo Duncan will come home P6. Kobe Jones in 7th and Teo Serrano will be home in 8th. And 10-second penalty means that that car will not get demoted any further. Car 222 qualified 6th and had potential to start from the pit lane. They managed to get that one overturned in time and start from the grid. Jason Bence will come home after picking off that spot in the dying stages of that one to finish inside the top 10. That one will be important to him. He'll enjoy that. Outside the top 10, Oisin, Colin Gilo from Sebastian Varndell, Brett Loxton, Angus Lawford, Jamie Dyke in 15th. Billy Moll from William Sapstead. This is the group of cars in 2 laps down. Chastanoff, Pepperell, and Thomas Wilson to the 20, Dave.
Yeah, then you get a little bit more field spread as it happened. 9.5 ended up in 21st, and I think the first car 3 laps down on the same lap as the Pacific Esports Racing 553, the Rapid Theft Racing 73, and the Pacific Esports Racing 788. Harry Dodds and Project 36, the first car on the 4th lap, ahead of the Fishy Motorsports 027, Skilby Racing 091, Project 3633, and Phoenix Racing Team 96, and Trans Tasman Racing 36, Lee Ellis and Joshua Anderson ending up multiple laps down across a couple of penalties and damage. You got Summit Sim Sports Green, HAR Team Jinx Shifters, Pacific Esports Racing, and then into retirements, basically the last 4 cars here. ANZ Motorsports popped their engine at the S's. Tulip Racing had a lot of damage and parked 29 laps down. Circulators Inc. by DPR, and Orbit Drop Bear Jupiter, other retirements.
Righto, that gets us through all of the results down to the tail end, including cars that had issues right back at the start of the race. So, ladies and gents, that will bring us to the close of all the racing action, but time to chat to today's race winners. On board car 29 and taking a championship along with them, it is my absolute pleasure to introduce Jake Maloney and Brady Myers. Boys, how wet are the race boots? Have you packed enough brollies? And, well, was it fun to drive? That looked like a challenge, Jay.
Yeah, that was heaps of fun. I love these conditions. We've done heaps of practice laps just over the year in these sort of conditions, and I think it's awesome driving in these like this. And you don't know what the grip's going to be each lap, and you just got to react. And the car was awesome, and Brady did a great job, and we were able to pull quite a big margin in the end.
Mate, take us all the way back to about lap 110 or so, and that rain and the intensity. And it really just started all of a sudden just absolutely kicking off. The spray on that restart, it looked like it was tricky to come to grips with the speed, but I think the spray and how to get the overtakes complete, that battle of 4 of you guys was intense, but it was amazing to watch. We were sitting here and going, well, we think car 31's got speed. We didn't really get much of an estimation of what you guys had there.
Yeah, I realised early on in that stint that we had the pace to win it, and it was just taking the time with the passes and not taking too many risks and let other people make the mistakes and sort of get the moves done. So we took our time with it, and once we got the lead, there was no looking back.
Brady, for you today, obviously championship hopes were a little bit out the window, but it was all about playing that support role to Jake today. Did you... It's a completely different style of driving. I mean, at the same time, you're quite good at the endurance stuff, but making sure that you adopted that co-driver role. Did you have to adopt a support driver role, or you were just comfortable going, all right, I just got to do my job, I've got to race it the same way I would normally?
Just race it the way I normally do, but obviously I'm here to help Jake secure his championship, so that was my aim first and foremost, but it didn't really deter much of how I performed. It was just, taking into consideration making sure we actually locked down the championship for Jake. So that was the main priority. But apart from that, there was not really much changed in terms of my driving. But we got it done in the end. So I'm really happy.
I got good news for you, mate. It's not just wrapping up the title for Jake. You actually managed to come home P2 in the Drivers' Championship as a result of the result here today. So, hey, look, supporting Jake and doing that job has actually netted you P2 in the championship as well. How about that?
Yeah, it's not bad, is it? Kind of knew going into the Enduros that the championship was going to be a long shot for me, so the best thing to do was help the guy that was leading it try and secure it. So I'm pretty happy to have done my job, but to finally come away with a win. I feel like we kind of got robbed a bit at Bathurst, but bit of redemption here today is pretty fine by me.
Finally, congratulations to the pair of you, Sandown 500 winners, first and second in the championships. Start with you, Jake. Give the thank you and shout outs that you'd like to hand out.
Yeah, just a big thanks to Brady for this Enduro campaign. He's drove awesome. Yeah, I feel like I let it down a little bit at Bathurst with some of my driving, and so yeah, to come back here, and he did an awesome job today. Made a last minute setup call that, yeah, I knew would be good at the end, and yeah, no, he did an awesome job, and just everyone on the team for all the cars, and yeah, everyone for putting the series on. It's cool to win the championship.
Finally to you, Brady. Who would you like to thank you as well?
I'd just like to thank Jake for driving along with me this year, and I'm very stoked for him to grab his championship. That's a mega achievement in any books. Big thanks to everyone at TTR. Big thanks to Simrigs, to Derek for coming on this year and supporting us, and great way to repay that thanks and that belief. To Extreme Motor Trimming, to VRS, to Ethan and Blair at Card Effects, Tim Pattinson Design, Lee Ellis Design as well. Thanks to all those guys, and thanks to you guys for the admins and broadcast for an awesome series. Looking forward to coming back next year.
Ladies and gentlemen, congratulations to Sandown 500 winners and championship P1 and 2. Car number 29, Jake Maloney and Brady Myers. Thank you very much for your time, boys.
Thanks, guys.
Thanks, guys.
Righto, ladies and gentlemen, we're gonna. What are we looking for at the moment? Just gonna seek some clarification. We're gonna grab P2, P3 from the race here today, or we're gonna jump straight into post-season. Okay, we are gonna go ahead and have a quick chat to Robbie Gibbs, who joins us now for P2. Robbie, car had speed at the back end. You fired off with a really, really quick race car. Unfortunately, you didn't get the getaway that you were looking for in that first stint, and you actually had to get a little bit aggressive on the run into turn number 1. Can you remember 161 laps ago? Gee, it's a long time with the rain at the end.
I sure do. I just bit a biff into turn 1, and yeah, it took off. And it was pretty much, I think first stint we were, I was hot lapping a bit at least, and then sort of realised in the second stint that saving the fuel wasn't really losing that much time, so yeah, but all in all pretty good. I think Hayden had really good pace there at the end, but he did a hell of a lot better than I would have in the wet, so can't really complain about any of that. Things are going to happen. But yeah, all in all, pretty good race.
Right, mate, unfortunately, we do need to keep it moving here tonight, so I'll just give you the opportunity to say thank you and shout out for getting the job done here this afternoon.
Yeah, I'd like to thank you guys for the broadcast, the admins, Race Control, and obviously sponsors, Logitech, MPI, and all the other ones, which weren't on the car because I didn't upload the paint, but that's all right.
Mate, congratulations on getting it done for P2 here today. Go off and enjoy, and hopefully we'll get to see you back in the future as well.
Cheers.
Finally, we'll take a step down to the final step onto the rostrum. Car number 17, Zach Rattray White's here. Zach, race lead when the heavens did open, but that looked like it was absolutely horrendous, torrential, and trying to not only hang on to the race lead, saved by a little bit of spray, but you look like you had a handful with the Eclipse Sim Sport 17.
Yeah, I don't think we were quite well as equipped as the other cars around us. I tried my best. Obviously, it was a little hairy at times. I mean, I didn't know the spray was going to be that bad until I eventually got past, so realised I couldn't see 100 metres in front of me, so it was literally just a white sheet of paper, pretty much.
Mate, just trying to keep the car on the island in those conditions seemed to obviously be quite a hassle, but far out, come away after 500 Ks, a challenging season, P3 at the Sandown 500. Look, dry weather pace, obviously it was going to be an out-and-out scrap for the win, but P3 at the end of that, after what was such a challenging day, are you happy or are you disappointed?
I mean, in the dry I reckon we had the pace to get the win quite, not easily, but I think we definitely had it in the bag. But I mean, I think we wrapped up the Enduro Cup, I'm pretty sure. I think we got a second, first, and a third, so I think that's a good takeaway for the end of the season.
mate. At this stage, sounds like we don't actually have confirmed final results on the Endurance Cup, but prospects certainly look good. So I'll give you the opportunity to say a thank you and a shout out to everyone who gets it done here for you and Car 17.
Yeah, well, the admins first, of course. They put on the series and they do a really good job. So, yeah, you guys as well for the broadcast, and James as well. He's been phenomenal to work with over the Enduros. He's definitely made me a little sharper Enduros. I mean, at times I have my moments of not so great excellence, but yeah, he's just really good at what he does. Just smooth, almost like a robot. He's doesn't make many mistakes, and yeah, he made the dock tonight. So I mean, it was rapid in the drive, but yeah, I don't know if we need to work on some stuff in the wet, but I don't know, we'll turn her up.
Congratulations, mate, on P3 and hopefully on that Enduro Cup as well.
So yes, thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, that is going to wrap up all the racing action for V8SCOPS for 2025. But 2026 has already had work started on it, and V8SCOPS will return for another go-around in 2026. Registrations are going to open on the 1st of February, with the first race of the season scheduled to be at Circuit Gilles Villeneuve. And I was talking to a few people over the last couple of days. The reason this track was chosen originally was because it was the closest one to Adelaide. Could we see in 2026 the season start at the circuit closest to Adelaide and then finish with Adelaide itself? You'll all have to watch and wait for more information in the next year. As usual, jump onto the socials. Keep an eye out for everything baby! On V8 SCOPS Discord and Pukakoi potentially from David Haynes. Ladies and gentlemen, it's been our pleasure to bring you all the coverage here today. And before we let you go, final word from our admin, and then we'll go a final word from you here, Dave Haynes as well. But ladies and gentlemen, Dan Yeaman wants to have one final word.
Yeah, thanks, Scott. I'll obviously try and keep this really brief today, given that this is now a near 4-hour show for us. But my thanks to all the drivers who've taken part across the season, and apologies for all the headaches that have come up this year. We tried to do a few things different that would have been to make it easier for you guys and for me too. But trying to use a commercial scoring platform just wasn't really the solution. Not with the way we have splits, not with the way Supercars Championship works with solo and Enduros mixed up as a single championship. So going to go a lot back to the drawing board next year, try and really simplify things for you guys. Hopefully it'll be just as simple for us. And yeah, work a lot on how we do things, because whilst things have been good for me, got a job, able to work and actually get life going for me, that meant I wasn't available to do as much work on SCOPS didn't have spare time as much. So and whilst we had new people on admin, big thanks to all of them, Lads, Stenny, and then Race Control Tim, Dan, Rocky Cable, and Tom Wilkinson, Simon Mazzomo up until last round. All those guys helping out consistently this year. Didn't really use them to their best effect. So a lot of work that we'll need to put in behind the scenes. But yes, we can say yes, as per the graphic, we'll be ready to take registrations on Sunday the 1st of February, and our first round of the season will conclude on Sunday the 1st of March with the actual race day. So we'll ask for feedback in the next week or two. Obviously would appreciate as much feedback as possible to know beyond what we already know, what you guys want to see different for next year, and take another step forward and really keep improving things, or otherwise bring it back to where it was before we took over the series last year. So thank you again from me, and hopefully we'll see the start of 2026 for another season of V8SCOPS.
David Haynes, any final words on that one? Other than just Pukakoi, baby?
I was pretty happy with my final words being Pukakoi, but the sentiment of it is lots of things around the corner in 2026 for iRacing as a platform as well. Tracks that we know are in progress and we might hear more of in the future. Perhaps a third model of supercar could be in the works at some point as well, and then consistent refinements to tyre model, weather model, everything, other track updates should just keep V8SCOPS on this platform getting better and better.
Ladies and gentlemen, that is going to bring us to a wrap for
Pukekohe.
round 13. The Sandown 5. Okay, come on, get it all in. Get it all in. No, Pukekohe, baby, just Pukekohe. Okay. David Haynes is not talking anymore. He's finished off his sign-off word for 2025 as Pukekohe. Mine is going to be absolutely action-packed, and here's off to Adelaide.
And one last thing from me, so I actually forgot another thanks. John Simpson, Flash Graphics, big thanks for the safety car design this year. Much appreciated. Whether it's with John safety car next year or someone else, we'll have to wait and see.
Racing isn't easy, but experiencing it is. iRacing puts you in the driver's seat with the industry's leading sim racing game. Drive on laser scan replicas of the greatest racing circuits from around the world. Go head to head against other drivers chosen by skill-based matchmaking to ensure competitive racing at every level. Compete across all your favorite series. In officially licensed cars, engineered to deliver the most accurate driving experience possible. Join a race or host your own with players from across the globe. Race against the computer or in a league with friends. Feel the thrill behind the wheel. Visit iRacing.com.